baseball.
The crowd salutes the Sarge, and the Sarge salutes the crowd. The Phillies playoff preview is brought to you by the Subaru dealers of the Delaware Valley. Getty Unleaded Plus. At Getty, the proof is at the pump. And Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia and Pennsylvania Blue Shield. Don Henderson with you, and happy to welcome you to the Phillies preview, because this could be the night that the Phillies clinch the National League title. Of course, the Phils go against the Los Angeles Dodgers, leading the best-of-5 series 2-1 following yesterday's big action. But let's look back, because the American League race is already history. At Comiskey Park in Chicago in less than 24 hours, the Baltimore Orioles put away the Chicago White Sox in back-to-back games. There you see Eddie Murray as he hits a home run last night in the top of the first inning with Dwyer and Cal Ripken Jr. on base, and that quickly it's 3-0 the O's. And then Bunbury will hit a line drive. Ron Kittle will come over to field it. However, run number 4 will score here as Dembski comes around, stumbles a little bit at third base, but makes it 4-0 in favor of the Orioles as he slides in safely. In the bottom of the 4th, Ron Kittle will be hurt right here, and no one knows at this time he'll have to leave this ball game and will not be able to play in today's game. And of course, the benches begin to clear as there's a little bit of yelling back and forth on both clubs, as Kittle did not like the fact that he was hit. Coming right back in the top of the 5th inning, Cal Ripken Jr. takes one in the ribs, and that's going to set the stage for a big inning in the ball game. As Eddie Murray looks in, he takes one just about belt high, and he starts to yell back and forth. La Russa, the manager of the Chicago White Sox, is unhappy. Here comes the White Sox bullpen. Everybody's going to ramble around a little bit, make a lot of noise, but nothing happens. John Lowenstein will then hit a double with both men on base, and this is going to make it 6 runs on the board for the Baltimore Orioles, and you can close out game number 3 of the American League Championship Series as the Orioles win it. Lowenstein closed out there at third base. For the Orioles, they win it going away 11-1, 11-8-1 for the Orioles, 1-6-1 for the losing Chicago White Sox. Flanagan gets the win, Dotson takes the loss, Stewart gets the save, and Murray had the only home run of the game. Now let's take a look at today's action as the White Sox close it out. A ground ball, and what an inning this was. The White Sox had a chance to put this game away in the 7th inning. They had 3 base hits, a walk, a balk committed by the Baltimore Orioles, and would you believe the White Sox did not score a run? Great play there by the third baseman as he ran over and ran the player back to second base rather than throwing the ball. And watch it right here. The relay comes in, the cutoff man in perfect position. Now he does not throw the ball. Runs at the man hung up between second and third. Absolutely perfectly executed. Then the throw back to second base, Dower to the plate, and Vance Law is out. Excellently played by the Orioles in that situation, and the White Sox go home empty after 3 base hits. The Orioles load the bases, but they can't do any damage as that pop out with 2 outs ends the top of the 8th inning. Now you're going to see a great catch in center field as Pudgy, Carlton Fisk hit one to the warning track, but not good enough in the bottom of the 8th. Top of the 10th, all tied up at 0-0. And this is the blow that changes the complexion of the game. Dan Ford hits it off the upper deck. Following 2 base hits, you're going to see Ripken and Murray now circle the bases as the Orioles will take a 3-0 lead on this sacrifice fly, and that will be the final score. The White Sox falling at home in 2 consecutive ball games. The last out, not a pretty one at Comiskey Park, but all in all, a big day for the Baltimore Orioles. They sweep 2 at Comiskey, win the American League Championship, 3-9-0 for the Orioles, 0-10-0 for the losing White Sox. And of course, the big inning, you go back to that 7th inning, 3 base hits, a walk and a balk, and the Chicago White Sox came up dry. We'll continue with the Phillies preview in just a second.
With red tag sales, many dealers offer great savings without great selections. But Subaru offers both in our very first no-tag sale. Choose any 83 Subaru model in stock, and it's yours at a bargain price. With a red tag sale, you might get lucky. With a no tag sale, you get what you want.
Test drive the exciting Subaru at the Delaware Valley dealer nearest you.
Most businesses start small. What makes them grow? Dreams, hard work, and a bank that works with you. A bank like First Pennsylvania. First Pensies help thousands of small businesses get bigger and bigger with loans and other answers to their financial needs. Call First Pennsylvania. We'll help your business grow too, whether you need a planned expansion or just some seed money.
First Pennsylvania, we're motivated.
Gas prices can drive you crazy. Not only do they change from week to week, they change from corner to corner, block to block. You've really got to keep your eyes open to get your money's worth. Getty wants to give you the high-quality gasoline most cars need at the lowest possible price. That's why Getty is constantly watching the competition. We're doing everything we can to see that when things change here, it's for the better. At Getty, the proof is at the pump.
Better than 52,000 turned out at Veteran Stadium yesterday, and they see the Phils take a commanding 2-1 lead in their best-of-5 series for the National League Championship against the Los Angeles Dodgers. A sunny day at Veteran Stadium yesterday, and that really played a big effect on the ball game. Let's start out by taking a look at the Phils, who win it by the score of 7-2. And you're going to see right here as Charles Hudson gets off to just a sensational start for the Phillies.
Well, and he just grew up. He's not your average rookie by any stretch of the imagination, I don't think. Although his hitting wasn't real good today. I told him I hope he struck out 4 times before the game, but he only got 3. Because that means he's going to be around.
I spoke with Mike Schmidt about the difficulty of hitting at Veteran Stadium on a 3:30 start.
As soon as that background in center field gets covered with a shadow, the same as home plate, then you can see. But you can't see much at all up to that point. It's not an excuse. I've gotten some hits when I can't pick the ball up very well, but, you know, it's not comfortable up there. You know, you like to be able to see the ball and try to react to it all the way in, but it's tough hit.
At the top, Pete Rose kidding a little bit with Charles Hudson. He did strike out 3 times, but pitched great. Here's the play of the game, I think. 1 run in. The Phils right now have a chance to make it 2-0. You see Greg Gross coming toward the plate. Pedro Guerrero makes the decision to go to first base rather than the force at second, or, in fact, going to the plate and getting Greg Gross with a pitcher coming up next. That's a mistake. Here, Mike Schmidt on the other side, the third base bag. He goes to the stands to pull one down. Now watch Mike as he comes over and has a little jousting match with one of the fans in the lower boxes right there. But Michael Jack will come up with the ball. So good defense by the Phils, some appropriate hitting by Gary Maddox, and the Phillies win it, make that Gary Matthews the Sarge, and the Phils win it by a score of 7-2. 7-9-1 for the Phils, 2-4-0 for the Dodgers. Hudson the winner, and Bobby Welch, although he had to leave the game in the second inning because of injury, was the losing pitcher in the ball game. Phils lead this best-of-5 series 2-1, and the Phillies preview continues right after this.
What's on the horizon for TV? More than 100 broadcast and cable channels. That's why Zenith invented the Smart Set. The only set smart enough to give you 178 channel capability now. Smart enough to let you access more channels through Zenith's most advanced Space Command remote control. The Smart Set lets you tune in the future without leaving your chair. Advanced System 3, the Smart Set, exclusively Zenith. With red tag sales, many dealers offer great savings without great selections. But Subaru offers both in our very first no-tag sale. Choose any 83 Subaru model in stock, and it's yours at a bargain price. With a red tag sale, you might get lucky. With a no-tag sale, you get what you want.
Test drive the exciting Subaru at the Delaware Valley dealer nearest you.
Continental Bank is the financial force for our city, its suburbs and neighborhoods, and the entire Delaware Valley area. A force that generates growth and achievement. A force that can touch your life with a special momentum and meaning. Continental Bank offers a depth of financial service that can help you reach your personal or business goals.
Continental Bank, the financial force.
Why settle for a diamond this size when you can have one this size and at 25 to 40% off during Pearlstein's special diamond sale? Get brilliance, quality, and size, plus our written guarantee and a free gem print for positive identification. You deserve the best, so get a diamond today at 25 to 40% off during Pearlstein's special diamond sale. We put it all together for you at Pearlstein, 713 Sansom Street, the heart of Jewelers Row.
There's not a better guy on the Philadelphia Phillies than the Sarge, Gary Matthews. You saw him at the top of the show. Right now, let's go to the field. Andy Musser and the Sarge, Gary Matthews.
Gary Matthews, who hit a home run and knocked in 4 runs in yesterday's ball game, is with us here tonight. Sarge, what do you have planned for an encore?
I just want to win this ball game tonight, Andy. I want to do anything that I can to try and contribute, but I know that they'll be concentrating on me tonight that much harder, and I think that they probably won't let me beat them in any situation. As far as even in might, they'll probably maybe elect to go to the other guy and let him beat me. But if there's men on base, it's pretty hard to pitch around guys. I know Royce handled us really pretty good in L.A., and the one home run that Mike hit ended up being a game-winning hit. But I think overall we probably should have more hits in the game. Their backs are up against the wall because they're down by 1 game now, so we can't really play relaxed. We got to go out there and jump on them like we did yesterday and hope we can get the lead and keep them down. And if we can do that and get a lead and going toward the 8th or the 9th, we got Mr. T there in the bullpen, who is more than anxious right now to be able to get in there and show what kind of stuff he has. So what we're trying to do is just get us a lead, no matter if it's 1 or 2 runs going into late innings, and hope that we can bring him in and hope that he can just carry us on in there. Not saying that Leppy's not going to go all the way, and if he has his good stuff like he did in L.A., it should be one heck of a ball game.
You know, the making of the lineup really has a great importance on the ball game, and of course the other night when Carlton pitched against the Dodgers, he was able to work around Guerrero because they had Marshall batting behind him. Now tonight, the Dodgers are doing it differently. They're batting Guerrero ahead of your pal Dusty Baker. That puts some pressure on Dusty too, doesn't it?
Well, you know, Dusty's one of those kind of clutch players where he doesn't always have to hit that ball hard in order to get a base hit. He's a smart hitter. He gets 2 strikes on him, and he can go the other way. Guerrero's more of the power hitter who can do the same thing, but he's more or less looking for the ball to hit it out of the plate. I think they changed it in order to probably get Guerrero a lot better pitches, but it can be the same thing if we can keep those guys in front of him off the plate. He can pitch around him again. I think we'd rather give up a double than a home run, and not saying that Dusty can't hit the home run, but he won't be more or less swinging for him the way that Guerrero will be swinging for him.
Best of luck to you again tonight, Gary Matthews, and now let's get back to Don Henderson.
All right, Andy, thank you very much, and certainly our thanks to Gary Matthews. And we'll be taking a look at those 2 starting pitchers, lefty for the Phils, Steve Crofton, Jerry Royce for the Dodgers, in just a second.
What you have to do. Take good care of yourself. You belong to you.
When we talk about taking good care of yourself, the first thing a lot of people think of is exercise. But there's a good reason for it. Good nutrition and exercise are the key ways to keep your body in shape. One man who knows the value of exercise is Brad Zer.
Dick, exercise has to be enjoyable. If it's not, then you're not going to continue it. So the secret is to find something you like to do and that your doctor says is okay, and do it. I mean, if you really hate running, don't run for exercise. Try swimming or walking, as long as you do it at least 3 times a week.
What are some of the misconceptions people have about exercise?
People who haven't worked out in 10 years come in and want to look skinny within a month. Things don't happen overnight. They have to be taught to start out easy, make sure it's fun, and set realistic goals. And maybe find a fitness center to work with them and set up a program.
Some forward-thinking companies have set up fitness centers for their employees. One such center is here at McNeil Consumer Products Company in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. Its director is Barbara Churchill.
Dick, our program is called Live for Life, and it really covers more than exercise. It includes nutrition, weight control, stress management, even substance abuse programs. Our studies show that corporate fitness programs really do work, and we found that people here not only feel healthier, but they feel more productive and energetic during the day. Our goal is to make our program fun and a very enjoyable experience that people stay with it, and perhaps this is why over 80% of our employees participate.
Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia and Pennsylvania Blue Shield think that you should know what exercise can do for you. For a free pamphlet, write exercise, Box 8219, Philadelphia 19101.
Take good care of yourself. You belong to you.
The Phils couldn't ask for a better situation. Sellout crowd at home at Veterans Stadium here in Philadelphia, and their closer, the number 16 man to pitch 300 wins in Major League Baseball, lefty Steve Carlton gets the call, and there you see it. He's 1-0 for the playoff series. Of course, it was Steve Carlton, Al Holland, and Mike Schmidt that combined in Game 1. Al Holland and Steve Carlton doing the pitching, Mike Schmidt hitting the home run to get the win. On the other side of the ledger, let's go to Jerry Royce. He is 0-1. He was the hard luck loser in game number 1. 1.13 ERA, 8 innings pitched, 3 bases on balls, and 3 strikeouts. Well, hopefully we won't have a pregame show tomorrow. There won't be a game number 5. But if there is, we'll be right here before it begins. And, of course, you'll see all the action right here on TV 29. If there's a World Series, you'll see that here as well. Let's go to the field, Veterans Stadium, right now. The Phillies playoff preview has been brought to you by Getty Unleaded Plus. At Getty, the proof is at the pump. The Subaru dealers of the Delaware Valley. Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia and Pennsylvania Blue Shield.
You're going to ask your next television to do more, to play harder, and be more intelligent than ever before. More than ever, you'll need the Smart Set by Zenith. Only the Smart Set has Zenith's exclusive computer brain that senses uneven color wear in the picture tube and automatically compensates. For rich, true color, no matter what you ask of it, get Advanced System 3, the Smart Set. Exclusively Zenith.
Here at 707 Chestnut Street is the new Rose-Offs. New paint, new carpeting, and a much bigger sales floor to make room for all those famous new brands. Fine suits, sport coats, and slacks. Rainwear, outerwear, and designer coats. Even a brand new men's furnishings department. The new wonderful Rose-Offs. Everything in famous brand menswear at incredible discount prices. Rose-Offs at 707 Chestnut Street.
I remember the crash and using our business-to-business directory to find a glazer who would come out right away. We used our business book when we needed a caterer for our first company picnic. When our old copier went on the fritz, our business-to-business directory saved the day. We even found a big selling idea. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's in the business-to-business directory. Use it.
Good evening, everyone, from Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Welcome to the 1983 National League Championship Series. It's the Eastern Division champion Philadelphia Phillies versus the Western Division champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Game 4 of the National League Championship Series brought to you by Bud Light. The best never comes easy. That's why there's nothing else like it. By Roy Rogers Restaurants, the place to go for great fast foods. By Toyota, who invites you to visit your local Toyota dealer and see the SR5 4x4 sports truck. Good evening, everyone, from Veterans Stadium League Championship Series Game 4. Harry Callis and Rich Ashburn, and behind us, Whitey, there is an air of anticipation.
Well, this crowd has been yelling and screaming for about the last half hour, and they're out here, of course, hoping the Phillies will win tonight. The Phillies are in a position to win it, and the Dodgers, of course, have their backs against the wall in this particular ball game. Carlton beat Jerry Royce 1-0 in the first game. The Dodgers, of course, won the second. Gary Matthews and Charles Hudson yesterday combining to make it a best 2 out of 3, and now tonight they're hoping for a best 3 out of 4.
So it's Steve Carlton, Jerry Royce. Our national anthem tonight will be sung by the daughter of columnist Jack McKinney, Maureen McKinney. Maura McKinney, daughter of Jack McKinney, local columnists with a fine rendition of our national anthem. Back with the starting lineups after these messages.
You can't build a bike for the Olympics by machine. Each tube's got to be custom fit to transfer weight and forward momentum. After all, a champion should ride a champion.
The Olympics take teamwork, and Budweiser is proud to be part of that team. This Bud's for you.
Indy 500 champion Tom Sneva talks about a new performance gasoline from Texaco.
If you're into knots, move up to something new. Texaco's new Super Unleaded. Its stronger octane rating can help give you knock-free performance.
Right, chap. It's Superstar Power. Stronger octane to help knock out the knocks in virtually all cars using unleaded gasoline.
If that's the kind of performance you want, move up to new Texaco's Super Unleaded.
Start your engine with Superstar Power for more car power.
Household Finance is backing the Bitterittons.
I didn't know how our son would feel about his new sister. Naturally, we had to build a room onto the house for her, but I couldn't let him think he was any less important than the moment he came into my life.
If your homeowner's working for your family's future, Household Finance wants to back you with a homeowner loan that turns equity into capital for your goals.
We're here today giving folks a chance, backing you all the way. Household Finance.
Let's check the starting lineups for tonight's game. First of all, for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Steve Sachs will lead off. He's the guy that makes their offense go. They try to keep him off base. Batting second, Bill Russell, the shortstop, has always enjoyed good league championship series. He's a money player. A flip-flop in the third and fourth spot in the batting order. Pedro Guerrero hitting third tonight for Tom Lasorda. Steve Carlton pitched around him last time. They're putting Dusty Baker fourth in left field, hoping that perhaps Guerrero will see some pitches to hit. Batting fifth will be Mike Marshall, the first baseman. He's 1 for 11. That was a home run yesterday in the league championship series. Steve Yeager back in the lineup catching, the veteran. Some were surprised he did not catch yesterday. Ken Landreau in center field is going to bat seventh. Landreau 2 for 10, had trouble against Carlton last time. Darrell Thomas in right field. Thomas had 2 hits and 5 tries off lefty. He is a switch hitter. And batting ninth and pitching, Jerry Royce. Royce 0-1 in this league championship series, has never won one. He is 0-5 lifetime in league championship series play. For the Phillies tonight, Joe Morgan is going to lead off at second base. Joe just 1 for 11 in League Championship Series play. Has never enjoyed a good one, really. This is his 7th. Batting second will be Pete Rose. He's always enjoyed good ones. 364 this year, 382 lifetime. Mike Schmidt will be at third base. Schmidt having a good League Championship Series. And batting fourth in right field will be Sixto Lezcano. Lezcano, 1 for 9. He plays against the left-hand pitching. Gary Matthews will follow. He has been the star of the League Championship Series so far with 2 homers, 5 RBIs. And in center field will be Gary Maddox. Maddox has always hit pretty good League Championship Series, 3 for 7 in this one. Bo Diaz will catch, hitting 7th in his first League Championship Series. He's been a stalwart behind the plate, although hitless in this one. And Ivan De Jesus, the steady shortstop, will hit 8th, 2 for 9 in this one. And Steve Carlton will pitch in bat 9th. Lefty won the first game of the League Championship Series, and lifetime he is 3-2 in LCS play. The umpires, Lee Wire calls the balls and strikes. Doug Harvey at first base. Jerry Crawford at second. Terry Tate at third. Down the left field line will be Dick Stello, and down the right field line will be John McSherry. Steve Carlton taking his warm-up tosses. This copyrighted telecast is authorized under television rights granted by the Phillies solely for the entertainment of our viewing audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Philadelphia Phillies is prohibited. The announcers on this telecast are employed through the Taft Baseball Company with the approval of the Phillies. The big left-hander during the regular season, won 15, lost 16. Lifetime, he's won 300 games. He's lost 200. He is 3-2 in League Championship Series play. 2-1 against Los Angeles. So it's a matchup of the 2 first-game pitchers. Both pitched excellent baseball. The Phillies hanging on to win that one 1-0 on a Mike Schmidt home run. This ballpark symmetrical. 330 down the lines, 371 to the power alleys, 408 to straightaway center. The ball carries quite well here. And leading off for the Los Angeles Dodgers will be Steve Sax. 3 for 11 in this LCS. He hit .281 during the regular season. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year. Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. The winner will play the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series. The Orioles winners in 10 today over the Chicago White Sox. 3-0 to wrap up the American League Championship Series. 1 strike to Sax. Kind of a cool evening at Veterans Stadium. Type of weather that Steve Carlton likes. Lined into right center field. Lezcano cuts it off. Will hold Sax to a single, but Steve Sax opens the ball game with a single to right center.
That's Sax's 4th hit off Carlton. He got 3 hits in the first game. The Dodgers lost that game, but Sax has hit Carlton very well in this LCS.
Here's Bill Russell in the first game. Russell was bunting in the first inning. Try to move Sax along. We'll see what happens. Carlton with a great pickoff move. Has him picked off. Rose to De Jesus, and Sax is out.
I can't believe Sax on that one. He just flat out left way too soon. I mean, way too soon. It's good to be aggressive, but there's no use being foolish about it. And he's out easily.
There's Carlton's move.
Carlton didn't even have to give him a good move there. Just had to throw it to Rose.
Bill Russell fouls one off, 1 strike to him. Russell hitting .300 in this League Championship Series. This is 5th. Came into this season batting .348 in LCS play. Bounding ball to Mike Schmidt. Bill Russell is out. 2 down in the first inning, and that'll bring up Pedro Guerrero. Guerrero is just 1 for 9 in this LCS. It was a big one, though, a game-winning blow in Game 2, a triple that chased in 2 runs. Missed inside, 1-0 to Pedro Guerrero. Missed the slider, 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlton led the majors in strikeouts with 275 of them. He is the all-time strikeout leader in Major League history. 3,709. Just missed. 2 balls and a strike to Pedro Guerrero. Inside with it, it's 3-1. He fouls it off. A full count to Guerrero. 2 outs, no base runners. Top half of inning number 1, League Championship Series, Game 4. Bounds a foul down the third base side. It'll go out of play. Count stays full to Pedro Guerrero. During the regular season, hit 32 homers, knocked in 103. Line down the left field line. That is a fair ball, and into the corner, a ground rule double for Pedro Guerrero. So the pickoff of Steve Sachs looms important. Guerrero at second base with 2 down for Dusty Baker.
Guerrero, well, here's the pickoff move again. See Sachs leaving way too soon. Easy out.
Here's Dusty Baker hitting .273 in this LCS. This is 4th. He's had good League Championship Series. .375 his lifetime average in League Championship Series play. Ball and no strikes to Dusty Baker. Just wide with it. It's 2-0. Pedro Guerrero, second base. 2 outs. We're in the top of the first. Missed inside, falls behind Dusty 3-0, and Mike Marshall waits on deck. Walks Baker on 4 pitches, so the Dodgers have 2 men on base and 2 outs. And the batter will be Mike Marshall. Marshall, 1 hit and 11 tries in this LCS. Was a homer off Hudson yesterday. This is the guy with Guerrero hitting in the number 4 spot. Carlton pitched around Guerrero in a couple of instances on Tuesday night at Dodger Stadium and got Mike Marshall out. He beats a foul off his foot at the plate. 1 strike to Mike Marshall.
Might have been a little bit of a pitch around on Baker there.
Could have been.
I don't think Carlton really wanted to walk him, but I don't think he wanted to take a chance on giving him anything too good to hit with the base open.
2 men on base and 2 outs. We're in the top of the first. Fastball missed away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Foul tip on the slider. 1-2 to Mike Marshall. This crowd is really alive at Veterans Stadium in anticipation. Phillies up 2-1 in this National League Championship Series. Fastball away. It's 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes with Guerrero at second, Baker at first, and 2 outs in the top of the first. He struck him out. Marshall goes down swinging, and down go the Dodgers in the first. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. They leave 2. After 1/2, Los Angeles nothing. Phillies coming to bat.
Come the year 2020, your home may need repainting, repapering, and repairing. But you won't have to re-caulk. Not if right now you try new GE Silicone 2. A caulk so advanced it'll stick practically everywhere and stay flexible for 50 years, right through the year 2020. New GE Silicone 2. The caulk with the future in it.
Digging each day and you take us along. When it's time to play, you're singing our song. Frank, hop in with flavor, pick up an orange and chug it on down. Drive like cherry, the greatest around. Whenever you're thirsty and there's no time to waste, pick up a Frank's, we deliver on taste. Frank, hop in with flavor. Is it Frank's? Thanks.
Be a part of the excitement that's always part of the action of Phillies baseball. Now's the time to request 1984 Phillies season ticket information. There are numerous plans to fit any schedule and any budget. Just write Phillies season tickets, Post Office Box 7575, Philadelphia, PA 19101, or call 215-463-5000. Don't miss a chance for the best seat in town with Phillies season tickets for 1984.
Fans, if the Phillies win tonight's game, World Series tickets go on sale immediately following the game. The sale will take place at the Phil's main ticket office at Veterans Stadium. The ticket office will remain open throughout the night. Fans can purchase up to 4 reserve seats for each World Series game. These reserve seats are priced at $25 apiece. And only cash and money orders will be accepted. World Series dates in Philadelphia Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. October 14, 15, and 16 as Joe Morgan leads off and hits a bouncer to Sachs, who throws out Morgan, and there's 1 down on 1 pitch. If the Phillies do not win tonight's game, then there are tickets available for League Championship Series Game 5, played late tomorrow afternoon. We'll tell you about that a little later. Here's Pete Rose. 4 for 11 in this LCS, hitting .364, slightly below his career league championship average, which is the highest among any National Leaguer with 25 or more at-bats. 1 strike to Rose. Jerry Royce coming out smoking again. That's what he used on Tuesday. Just about all heat. Came right at the hitters with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Royce, 34 years old. He has never won a League Championship Series game. He's 0-5 in LCS play. And the Dodgers have never lost the League Championship Series. They are 4-0 in LCSs. Ball and 2 strikes to Pete Rose. Fouls it out of play into the upper deck. Jerry Royce during the regular season won 12, lost 11, had a good earned run mark of 2.94. Punch shot down the right field line. It slices out of play. And it's still 1-2 to Pete Rose. In Royce and Carlton, you have 2 great competitors and 2 very fast workers. They get the ball and come after you.
Royce has thrown all fastballs so far, and in pretty good locations. He jammed Morgan with a pitch, and he seems to be working Rose away.
Hit pretty well to center field, but Landreau is right there, makes the grab, and Rose is out. That's 2 down. That'll bring on Mike Schmidt. Schmidt 4 for 10 in this LCS. A home run off Royce that won the game 1 on Tuesday at Dodger Stadium, 1-0. Mike's hit more career home runs off Jerry Royce than any other pitcher, 10 of them. And we'll see if Royce over the years has continued to challenge him. We'll see if he does here. Starts him with a breaking ball for a called strike. Ball on a strike to Mike Schmidt. 2 outs, no base runners. We're in the bottom of the first. We're scoreless. Two and one to Mike. Fastball into him. It's 3-1 to Schmidt. Sixto Lezcano due up next. Ground ball back through the middle. A base hit for Schmidt. So Mike Schmidt is a 2-out base runner for Sixto Lezcano.
I imagine Lezcano will see some of those breaking pitches. He is a dead fastball hitter. Every pitcher in the league knows it. And consequently, he sees a lot of sliders and curves.
Lezcano is 1 for 9 in this LCS. Hurt the Dodgers during the regular season while playing for San Diego. He hit .225, not a high average, but knocked in 11 runs against Los Angeles. He gets a breaking ball for a called strike. Missing with that breaking ball. It's 1-1 to Lezcano. Another breaking ball. So he has seen all curveballs, and he's behind in the count. 1-2 is Lezcano. Royce not giving him a fastball.
Lezcano's burned too many pitchers with fastballs, and I think they just keep throwing that breaking ball until he hits it.
Gets another curveball, rips it to left field, and it is hooking foul. Still 1-2 to Lezcano. He got another curveball. He ripped it foul.
Yeah, he waited on it nicely. Put a good swing on the ball, but he sees it hooking and he doesn't even run.
Ball and 2 strikes to Lezcano. Fastball. He got one to hit, and he grounds a single to left field. So the Phillies have 2 men on base, 2 outs. For the Sarge, Gary Matthews.
Getting a standing ovation here. I think Lezcano's one of those hitters. You could throw him 99 straight breaking pitches, throw him one fastball, and be ready for it. Royce threw him a good fastball. It was down low. Toscano pulled it in the hole.
Matthews 5 for 11, 2 homers, 5 RBIs in this LCS, his first. Low and inside with a fastball. 1-0 to Gary Matthews.
Gary skipping a little rope. Get his feet out of the way.
Well hit to deep left.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Way out of here. 3-0 Phils off the facing of the press box level. Gary Matthews, what a league championship series he's having, and the Phillies are on top 3-0.
His third homer, his 6th, 7th, and 8th RBIs. He stood at home plate and watched it. Ball deep into the bleachers. Giving the Phillies a 3-0 lead in the first inning. Watch this swing. Put everything he had into that swing. Watch him. He knew it when it was hit. Look at Steve Yeager, head going down.
3-0 Phils. Gary the Sarge Matthews now with 8 RBIs and 3 home runs in this LCS. He's popping out of the dugout. Gives the salute. Here's Gary Maddox. Curveball, he pops it up behind second base. Sachs drifting back, he puts it away, but draw a line under it. 3 runs in the inning, 3 hits, the big blow, the homer by Matthews. No errors, none left after 1. It's 3-0 Phils.
The perfect burger. That's a very personal thing. Roy Rogers gives me a head start with this great burger. Perfect is just a step away at Roy's Pre-Fixins Bar. Only Roy's gives me all I need to turn their great burger into my perfect burger. Perfect for me is lettuce, 3 tomatoes, 2 pickles, a little mayo, but no mustard. As I said, the perfect burger is a very personal thing.
I remember the crash and using our business-to-business directory to find a glazer who would come out right away. We used our business book when we needed a caterer for our first company picnic. When our old copier went on the fritz, our business-to-business directory saved the day. We even found a big selling idea. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's in the business-to-business directory. Use it.
Continental Bank is the financial force for our city, its suburbs and neighborhoods, and the entire Delaware Valley area. A force that generates growth and achievement. A force that can touch your life with a special momentum and meaning. Continental Bank offers a depth of financial service that can help you reach your personal or business goals.
Continental Bank, the financial force.
Well, we told you the Phillies win tonight. World Series tickets go on sale. If the Dodgers come back and win tonight's game, there are plenty of tickets available for the 5th and deciding LCS game tomorrow at 4:15. The main ticket office remains open until 11 tonight. We'll reopen at 9 tomorrow morning for that purpose. If necessary, it would be John Denny against Fernando Valenzuela, but that man has put the Phillies in front 3-0 after 1 inning. Yeager leads off for Los Angeles and misses a curveball. Yeager 0 for 4 in this LCS. Ball on a strike to him. While the first 2 games at Dodger Stadium of this LCS were sold out, the fans at Los Angeles were not a force. Not the case here in Philadelphia, where this gang tonight is really a force for the home 9. Joe Morgan puts that away. Yeager is out, 1 down. Matthews home run, another Getty goner, and the Getty Oil Company will send $25 in gas coupons to a local charity. He has a National League LCS record for most consecutive hits, 5 of them. The Sarge, coming off his least productive year in his career, is really making up for it in postseason play. Here's Ken Landreau, 2 for 10, takes one wide. Landreau trying to take Carlton's breaking balls to get in front. Bouncing ball to Joe Morgan. Landreau's out. That's 2 down here in the second. And it'll bring on Darryl Thomas, the switch hitting right fielder.
Dodger bullpen activity already. I would guess that if Thomas gets on, Lasorda might even go to a pinch hitter this early. He has nothing to lose here in the early going. He has to try to get some runners on.
2 outs, nobody on base. 1 strike to Thomas, who went 2 for 5 in the first game of this LCS. Nothing and 2 to Darryl Thomas. There's the Dodger dugout. Jerry Royce due up next. Carlton missing a ball and 2 strikes. Beats it foul. Still 1 and 2. Phils are a phenomenal 63 and 25, counting this LCS, in games in which they have scored first. Have scored first here. Lead at 3-0. We're in the second. Charles Hudson, Von Hayes, Bob Dernier looking on. It's 2 and 2 to Darryl Thomas. He gets jammed, but he loops it into center field. That's going to drop for a hit. Well, Darryl Thomas, who got 2 hits off Carlton at Dodger Stadium, has picked up a hit. Jerry Royce will bat for himself.
Pretty good hitter. I guess that's one reason Lasorda wouldn't let him hit. Not too many left-hand hitters hit that well against Carlton, but Royce, I think, hit what, 280 some on the season?
282.
Good hitting for an outfielder.
Had 2 doubles. Takes a slider for a called strike. 1 strike to Jerry Royce. Misses the slider. 0-2 to him. Two strikes. He struck him out with a slider. No runs in the inning, 1 hit. No errors, they leave 1. We go to the bottom half of the second with the Phillies leading LA by a score of 3-0.
What does it take to excel?
You have my word. You'll get it tomorrow.
It takes reliability, speed, economy. It takes express mail next day service from the post office. Our 2-pound pack is just $9.35. Most others charge about twice that. We deliver over 90,000 packages on time every day.
You're a man of your word. I just got it.
Express mail service. We deliver excellence for less.
It's a sale only your Ford dealer could have. The Quality Plus Celebration Sale. Your Ford dealer has America's best-built cars and trucks. Not GM, not Chrysler. Plus, he's backing up Ford's quality with a 3-year extended service plan, absolutely free when you buy a front-wheel drive 84 Tempo before October 31st. Hurry! The Quality Plus Celebration Sale ends October 31st. See your participating Quality Plus Ford dealer.
Outfield straight away with Jones especially deep. Bases loaded. 2 out. Full count. Bottom of the 9th. The pitcher winds. Delivers. It's a long fly ball. It's time. Jones is back.
Good evening. It's time for the live drawing of the Daily Number.
Play the Daily Number. Pennsylvania's favorite sport.
Tomorrow at noon, Dick Van Dyke and Bob Newhart star in Cold Turkey, followed by Roddy McDowell and Tuesday Weld in Lord Love a Duck. Tomorrow on TV 29. Bo Diaz leads off for the Phils. He is hitless in this LCS, nothing for 9. Bo will be followed by Abande Jesus and then Steve Carlton. Phillies lead 3-0 on Gary Matthews' 3-run home run. Matthews tying another league championship series record with consecutive home runs in 3 games, held by Hank Aaron in '69. Bo Diaz gets his first LCS hit, a line single to left, and Bo is a leadoff base runner. That'll bring on De Jesus. He is 2 for 9 in this LCS.
Like Bert Hooton getting up for the 2nd time in the Dodger bullpen. I don't think De Jesus will be bunting here with Carlton coming up next. I believe they'll let him swing away.
He is swinging. He grounds a foul back behind the plate. Nothing in 2 to De Jesus. One ball, 2 strikes to count to De Jesus. Diaz first base, nobody out. Bottom of the 2nd, Phillies lead 3-0. Paul Owens and Bobby Wine. Lofts a high foul down the right field side. Thomas a long run and a great catch by Darrell Thomas after a long run in foul ground. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Phillies Television Network.
This is WTAF, TV 29 in Philadelphia.
Nice play by Darrell Thomas on the foul ball. Here's Steve Carlton. Lefty 0 for 3 in this LCS. Hit 196 during the regular season with 5 doubles. Carlton around a bunt, takes wide. Fred Robertson, assistant to the pastor at St. Peter's Lutheran Church in Bethlehem, is hoping for another baby daughter. He has a theory with women in his life. His mother was born in 1915, the year the Phillies won their first pennant. His wife born in 1950, year of the Whiz Kids. His daughter Karen Romaine born in 1980, and they're expecting another child this year.
That's what you call organization.
Figures the women in his life mean World Series play. Ball and a strike to Carlton. Drops the bunt down nicely. Yeager will have to go to first base. The sacrifice good by Carlton. It moves Diaz to second base. The play goes Yeager to Sachs for out number 2. And it'll bring on Joe Morgan, the top of the order. Morgan grounded out his first time up. Budweiser Light, the best never comes easy. That's why there's nothing else like it. Enjoy a Bud Light tonight. Phillies lead 3-0. We're in the bottom of the second. Morgan hits it to right field deep, but it'll stay in the yard as Thomas makes the catch in front of the warning track. So the Phillies out in the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, leaving 1. And after 2, it's Phil's 3, Los Angeles 0.
This Bud's for everyone who's in the groove. It's 5 minutes on the upswing of 5. Outside it's 87 degrees under sunny blue skies. Stay tuned for my man Flash. I'm moving out of here, having myself an ice cold brew. Yeah, just for you. That distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser. All you do is for you.
I know. If a restaurant charges you extra just because you paid with a credit card, you'd probably never go there again. But that's what some gas stations are trying to get away with. Look, they say their cash island costs less. That means their credit card island costs more. Getty doesn't go in for that kind of fancy footwork. Cash, Visa, or MasterCard, it's the same low price. You don't pay a penny more to charge. We give you more credit than that. At Getty, the proof is at the pump.
I get paid good money to do this. It's a high-yield, high-risk job. But after I've earned my money, I'm through taking risks. So I head for the Provident. I'm investing in the Provident portfolio of certificates. It's a selection of insured investments with guaranteed interest. You got it. High yield, no risk. You take enough chances earning your money. Don't take chances investing it.
The Provident portfolio of certificates for all the right reasons.
Well, we move to the 3rd inning with the Phillies leading it by a score of 3-0 on Fanavision, featuring the Philly Fanatic.
See, one of the youngest fans in the ballpark.
Don't drop that baby, Fanatic. Steve Sachs will lead off. He singled his first time up. This fellow had a mental block on throwing the middle of this season, but he hasn't made a throwing error since August 7th, so he evidently has conquered that. And I like him, Rich. He's a gamer, all-out ball player. Ball and no strikes to Steve Sachs.
Gets a lot of hits, steals a lot of bases. Plays almost every game.
Ball and no strikes to Sachs. High with a slider. It's 2-0 to him. Claude Osteen and Paul Owens will be watching lefty. Carlton coming back with 3 days rest. He's done it several times during the season. Here's the pickoff move at first base. Got Sachs going way early. And probably cost the Dodgers a run. That's hit well to left field. Matthews back, though, at the warning track. He has room, and Sachs is out on a deep fly ball to left. One down. That'll bring up Bill Russell. Missed the slider. 1 strike to Russell. Russell's skills, I guess, are diminishing from when he first broke into Major League Baseball. He's been around with the Dodgers for a lot of years, but he still gets an awful lot out of his ability. Beats you in a lot of ways, doesn't dazzle you in the field. His arm pretty much is gone. There's Charles Hudson, winner of Game 3. Complete game win for him.
Russell thought he was going to be traded 2 years ago.
They say that Bill Russell probably has played out of position his entire career. They say when he first broke in, he was an outstanding center fielder. The Dodgers needed a shortstop.
Yeah, I remember when he first broke in, he was a good center fielder, and I think they still had Willie Davis then. I believe Willie Davis moved Russell to the infield, and he gets the job done. He can't make that strong throw the way he used to.
He struck him out with a slider. Strikeout number 3 for Carlton. 2 down here in the 3rd. That'll bring on Pedro Guerrero. The pitching machine. He had a cut at a fastball. He fouled it straight back.
Pedro has that good swing. No hitches in there. No extra movement. He just has his hands back and lets it fly.
Ground ball right back to lefty. Throws out Guerrero. Down go the Dodgers in the 3rd. No runs, hits, or errors. None left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Phil's 3, Los Angeles nothing.
Coke is it. Coke is it. The most refreshing way to make the most of every day. And wherever you go and whatever you do, there's something big waiting for me and you. Coke is it, the biggest taste you've ever found. Coke is it, the one that never lets you down. Coke is it, the most refreshing taste around. Coke is it.
This is KYW News.
If you want to be a force in the news, you have to have a news force. An army of reporters, writers, editors, and anchors working 24 hours a day. Because news is always happening. Which is why we're all news all the time. KYW News Radio 1060. The news force. All news, all the time.
Personal Finance Reports weekdays with Charles Stout, only on KYW News Radio 1060.
3 years ago, Andrew Lucchetti was burned over half his body. It took months of therapy and a lot of help from the United Way before Andrew could make it. Today, he's helping other burn victims as a volunteer for a program supported by the United Way, because Andrew knows there are others who could make it if they had a little help.
I'm giving myself. Please give what you can.
The United Way.
Back at Veterans Stadium, Pete Rose will lead off for the Phils. Pete lined out to center his first time up. We are in the 3rd, and the Phillies lead 3-0 on a Gary Matthews home run. Ball and no strikes to Pete Rose. Loops one foul down the right field side. Ball and a strike to Rose. Game 4 of the LCS. National League champion will meet the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series beginning on Tuesday night at Baltimore. Bouncing ball. It's up the middle. It's a base hit for Rose. Rose's 5th hit in this league championship series. It's amazing. It doesn't matter what he comes into this NLCS at. He's going to get his hits. He has 5 of them in this one, and that'll bring on Mike Schmidt.
He's so tickled to be playing. He did not play much in September. Lynn Matuzik did most of the playing at first base.
Schmidt singled his first time up. He's 5 for 11 in this LCS. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike to him. Another fastball away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Schmidt.
Get some idea on this shot how it looks when you're a hitter. The ball gets in on you in a hurry.
Two and 1 to Schmidt. Bird Hooten again gets up in Los Angeles's bullpen.
Royce has been working Schmidt outside, outside, outside. He will come in. If he's ever going to come in with that fastball, might be on this 2-1 count.
Low with it. 3 and 1 to Mike Schmidt. Rose at first, nobody out, bottom of the 3rd. Phillies on top, 3-0. Ground ball hit to Sachs. Sachs goes to Russell 1. The relay late, but they got the lead man Rose at second base. Sachs to Russell for out number 1. Schmidt safe at first on a fielder's choice. Rarely do you see Schmidt hit the ball to the right side of the diamond on the ground.
Almost looked like Schmidt tried to go that way.
I hope not, with the count 3 and 1.
Well, it looked like he thought Rose was going. Rose was not going. Now, had Rose been going toward second, that's a good place to hit the ball for Schmidt. It probably would have been through because Sachs would have been covering the bag.
Here's Sixto Lezcano. He singled his first time up. Curveball high to him, 1-0. Gary Matthews due up next. High with it. Snap throw to first. Schmidt back. 2-0 to Lezcano. So Rice is missing with a couple of breaking balls. Steve Yeager, rifle arm catcher. And Lezcano will look for a fastball here to drive. Got a fastball. It missed, and it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes to Lezcano. The Philadelphia force. Close to a capacity house, nearly sold out. He had a light and he missed it. 3-1. Line drive left field, but Baker's right there. Lezcano is out. That's 2 down, and that'll bring up the Sarge. Gary Matthews, 5 consecutive hits, 3 homers in 3 consecutive games. That ties an LCS mark, tying him with the great Hank Aaron. He is 6 for 12 in this league championship series with 3 homers and 8 RBIs. Missing with a fastball. 1-0 to Gary Matthews. His home run went off the facing of the press box level. Curveball. He hits it to the shortstop Russell, who flips to Sachs for the force on Schmidt. And the Phillies are out in the third. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, leaving 1. After 3, it's still Phil's 3, Dodgers nothing.
This Bud's for everyone who takes the power and sends it down the line.
It's Bud's for you. For all you do, the king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, just for you. That distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do, this Bud's for you.
There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place.
Believe it or not, there's finally joy in Mudville. Introducing the 1984 Toyota Tercel.
There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile on Casey's face.
This front-wheel drive Tercel will get you where you're going with more room inside than any other subcompact. The new Toyota Tercel, Toyota's lowest priced car.
And finally, there is joy in Mudville. Play ball!
Why do 100,000-mile flyers choose United?
Perhaps you've heard, my kind of town is Chicago is, and my kind of airline United is, because nobody gets you to the Windy City like they do. Nobody.
United flies the only wide bodies to Chicago with great connections west.
My kind of airline, at my kind of price.
People who fly for a living fly United's friendly skies.
If the Phillies win tonight's game, World Series tickets will go on sale immediately following the game. This sale will take place at the Phillies' main ticket office at Veterans Stadium, and the ticket office will remain open throughout the night. Fans may purchase up to 4 reserve seats for each World Series game. These reserve seats are priced at $25 apiece, and only cash and money orders will be accepted. World Series dates in Philadelphia are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week. Andy Musser with us here in the 4th. Andy?
Thank you, Rich. Dusty Baker leads it off for the Dodgers, and he takes a ball. Carlton retired the Dodgers in order in the 3rd inning. Lefty picking up his 3rd strikeout of the game. Pretty strong showing for a man working on 3 days rest. Here's one that's hit deep to left field. Matthews, does he have a shot? No. Dusty Baker has hit a home run over his buddy Matthews' head, and the Dodgers are on the board. It's a 3-1 ball game. That is the first run the Dodgers have gotten off Carlton in league championship play this year. He and Holland combined for a shutout Tuesday.
Dusty's first home run, his first run batted in. And that's a signal. You know, the Dodgers are not going to just pack it in. He hit a fastball right into the Dodger bullpen.
Mike Marshall is at the plate. He had a home run yesterday. The Dodgers did not hit any home runs at Dodger Stadium, but they've had 2 here, and a wicked shot down the left field line. Schmidt made an attempt for it. Matthews will go to the corner to dig it out, and a stand-up double for Mike Marshall. So like you said, Whitey, the Dodgers are not going to go quietly.
Well, the Phillies, of course, are aware of that. Dodger team worked too hard to get here.
That's the 2nd double of the game for the Dodgers. Pedro Guerrero had a ground rule double. And Steve Yeager comes to the plate. Yeager gets a slider and misses it. In his only at bat, the Dodger catcher popped up. Yeager was going for the downs. No balls and 2 strikes on Yeager. Still nobody out here in the 4th inning as the Dodgers have come up with a home run and a double. And Yeager was hit. Yep, hit on the foot.
Carlton did not want to do that. He was ahead 0-2, got that slider down low and in, and got Yeager right on the toe, I believe. Here's the pitch. Yep, right on the end of the left, right in the front of the left foot.
And the Phillies get the bullpen up. Marty Bystrom begins to throw in the Phillies bullpen. The left-handed batting Kenny Landreau, who grounded out to second base in the 2nd inning. He's 0 for 1. He's around to sacrifice here, and they have him hung up. Being chased down by DeJesus. Tagged out. The other runner, Yeager, advances to second base, but the Phillies get a big out on the base paths.
That's the second base running error by the Dodgers tonight. Steve Sachs picked off earlier, and now Mike Marshall picked off. Diaz heads up. And they're going to get the lead runner. Yeager, of course, moved on up to second.
First out of the inning. And as Whitey says, Yeager now at second base and a 1-strike count on Landreau. Breaking ball over for called strike 2. That's a big out for Carlton because things had not been going his way, and all of a sudden that takes the heart out of what could have been a huge inning for Los Angeles. Popped up, but foul, back out of play. 0-2 on Kenny Landreau. Darryl Thomas waits on deck. Tommy Lasorda and Nobi Kawana. Landreau has 2 hits and 11 trips in this series so far. Carlton gets him with a breaking ball. Foul tip. Strikeout number 4 for lefty. And Darryl Thomas comes up. He got a single. Phillies lead the Dodgers 3-1. Now here's Thomas. He's played both games in right field when Carlton has been on the mound. Darryl is a switch hitter, will bat right. Thomas, a .500 hitter, 3 for 6 in the series. We've already seen Thomas make a fine running catch tonight. That foul ball off DeJesus's bat. There's Marty in the bullpen. The Dodgers also have bullpen action. That ball was missed. Over to third base goes Yeager. Bob Welch and Joe Beckwith are throwing for the Dodgers.
That'll be a pass ball. That pitch was right in there. I don't know whether Diaz got crossed up or what. Ball hit him right on the wrist. I think everybody in the ballpark for a moment thought it was a foul ball, but it's striking a pass ball.
One ball and 2 strikes on Thomas.
Guess they scored that a wild pitch. I don't see how they could possibly have scored it a wild pitch.
Now the 1-2 delivery. Struck him out. So Carlton gets out of what could have been real disaster. The Dodgers get 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left on base. Middle of the 4th, Phillies ahead 3-1.
The numbers say it all. Girard's Gamma money market account, on average, has paid higher interest rates than the money market accounts of any other major Philadelphia bank. Higher even than the money market funds. That's an impressive fact, especially since Girard's money market account is as safely insured as a savings account. Furthermore, with a Girard money market account, you'll have access to your money 7 days a week, night and day. Sign up for Girard's money market account. There's no better way to make money with insured savings.
I don't have time to be a mechanic, but it's up to me to take care of the car. Well, me and the boys. The Pep Boys. Manny, Mo, and Jack. Since my dad was Chris's age, Pep Boys has been the place for service. Their mechanics do the job right the first time, and you can't beat the price.
Replace worn-out shocks with heavy-duty shock absorbers, $9.88 each installed. McPherson strut cartridges, also sale price, $77 a pair installed.
The Pep Boys. Manny, Mo, and Jack.
The 3 best friends our car ever had.
The Jeffersons are moving on up. Now, weeknights at 11 on TV 29.
Inflation hasn't hurt me one bit. Right now, I'm sitting on top of the world.
Congratulations, George. May I give you a suggestion on what to do with the North Pole?
Now, just calm down. He's not treating you like a kid. Just relax, and I'll get you some cookie.
You know, if you were a girl, I'd...
That's the Jeffersons, now, weeknights at 11 here on TV 29.
Gorgeous night here in Philadelphia for Game 4 of this League Championship Series between the Phillies and the Dodgers, and the Phillies a chance to give all of Philadelphia a little reason to have a party tonight if they can hang on and win this game, which they are leading 3-1 as they come to the plate in the 4th inning. Gary Maddox leads it off, takes a breaking ball for ball 1. Maddox popped up in his only at bat. Maddox has had a good series. He's 3 for 8. Batting .375. It's ironic that both pitchers are working on 3 days rest, and Carlton did it 11 times during the year, and Jerry Royce was never called upon to do it until tonight. Maddox to be followed by Diaz and De Jesus. And that ball apparently hit his bat, so that'll be a strikeout. Maddox charged with a swing, and that'll be the first strikeout of the game for Jerry Royce. 1 down, 4th inning. Bo Diaz, who got his first hit of the series last time around. Bo 1 for 1 tonight, and in the series he is 1 for 10. Curveball is over for a strike. Solidly hit, but behind Davy Bristol, and the net works again. Can't beat a net.
Second ball, that young man is plucked with that net.
Jerry Royce was a hot pitcher coming down the stretch this year, won 6 of his last 7 decisions. In his last 11 starts, he was 6-1 with a 2.19 ERA. Don't find many empty ones here tonight, certainly not in that area. Right to Guerrero, and Diaz is out. 2 up and 2 down. Roy Rogers has a special offer, a 99-cent hamburger if the Phillies win tonight. Just cut out the box score in tomorrow's newspaper and take it to Roy Rogers. Now Ivan De Jesus. He fouled out to Darrell Thomas, who made the good running play just in front of the tarp in right field. Nice basket catch by Thomas. That's one instance where you can understand that basket catch. Solid shot back the middle. Royce stuck the glove out, then got it out of the way in a hurry. Hit number 3 in the series for Ivan De Jesus.
And that takes the pitcher, or brings the pitcher to home plate, gets him out of the way for the next inning. And if Carlton gets a base hit, that's just gravy.
The Phillies got their 3 runs tonight when it started on a 2-out single. Look out right over the head of Carlton.
Fans misreading that high inside pitch. It was a high inside slider, and Royce is not about to knock Carlton down.
Lefty went 0 for 3 batting against Jerry Tuesday night at Los Angeles, striking out twice. Tonight he sacrificed in his only plate appearance. A look at De Jesus, who's getting a decent lead. Lefty pops a foul, so it's 1-2 in the count. Inside, 2-2 to Carlton. Lefty had a good year with the bat, had 19 hits, including 5 doubles. Lefty did not knock in a run until the game where he won his 300th against the Cardinals. Pop-up foul out of play, still 2-2 to Lefty. De Jesus making his way back to first. If game 5 in this series is necessary, it'll be at 4:35 tomorrow afternoon. John Denny will face Fernando Valenzuela. Here's a high bouncer back the middle. It is through for a base hit, and De Jesus will head for third. The Phillies have made good use of their home carpet in this game tonight. That's the third one that I can recall that might have been outs at Dodger Stadium.
That high bouncer right off home plate. Nobody could get leather on it. Landreau wisely fielded the ball and ran it all the way into the infield.
So it's first and third with 2 out. The Phillies coming up with another 2-out rally, just like they did in the first when they got 3 runs. And Joe Morgan, who has grounded out on line to right. Little Joe 0 for 2. He hit the ball hard last time. He asks for time. And Royce didn't see that time was called and delivers. Morgan 1 for 13 in this series. He's faced an awful lot of left-handed pitching after a very hot September and early October. Little bat handle pop. Mike Marshall, and he grabs it in foul ground to end the threat. Morgan got jammed, and he is the third out. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. We finished 4 innings, and it's 3-1 Phillies.
This Bud's for everyone who takes on the heavy loads.
This Bud's for you. For all you do. The king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, just for you, that distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do. For you.
The perfect burger. That's a very personal thing. Roy Rogers gives me a head start with this great burger. Perfect is just a step away at Roy's Prefixins Bar. Only Roy's gives me all I need to turn their great burger into my perfect burger. Perfect for me is lettuce, 3 tomatoes, 2 pickles, a little mayo, but no mustard. As I said, the perfect burger is a very personal thing.
Presenting Sunoco Sundial Service. It's for people who want performance. Dial economy. It may have all the octane your car needs. If it doesn't, dial regular. It's our biggest seller. Or if your car needs more octane, dial plus. And for Sunoco's highest octane, dial all the way to super. That's Sundial service. 4 different unleaded grades for people who want performance. Only at Sunoco.
Weeknights at 5:30, join in the hilarious antics of Laverne and Shirley, followed by Happy Days again. And at 6:30, a full hour of MASH will keep you in stitches. Steve Carlton to work against the Dodgers here in the 5th inning. The Phillies are ahead 3-1. And Jerry Royce leading it off. He has settled down since being a little shaky in the 1st inning, and no thought for the Dodgers of pinch hitting here. They've had Bert Hooton up in the bullpen 3 times. Carlton has given up 5 hits, but he has 5 strikeouts. A ball and 2 strikes on Royce, who struck out the first time around, his only at bat. And lefty gets him again the same way, a slider out of the strike zone. Number 6 for Carlton, and 3 consecutive strikeouts.
Well, lefty just kept throwing Royce that slider, and see the trajectory. No wonder they don't hit many of those.
Now a tough out, Steve Sachs. Got a base hit and then hit one to the warning track in left field last time. He's 1 for 2. Sachs takes a strike. He seems to be a little more patient at the plate here than we've seen him. He's often a first ball hitter. He checked in time. 1 ball, 1 strike on Sachs. Big crowd here at the Vet tonight. Just a few empty seats way up high in center field. That's about it. Breaking ball over for a strike. The message board says, welcome Joey Bishop. Philadelphia zone. Line, but foul. The net works for the 3rd time. Hey, you'll be able to pay that thing off.
There's the pickoff that
was in LA.
That was in the first game in Dodger Stadium.
Tonight, Sachs took off when Carlton moved over that way, and so technically it was a caught stealing rather than a pickoff, but he got him again. Here's a bouncing ball to De Jesus. Evan guns him down. Sachs is out, and he's always a big man to keep off the bases. 2 up and 2 down in the 5th. Bill Russell will come to the plate. The Dodgers have batted Russell down in the order, except against Carlton, where he's batted 2nd. Russell has grounded to 3rd and struck out. One of the last of the choke hitters. Tommy Lasorda is moving from one end of the dugout to the other, trying to change his luck a little bit, I guess. Foul.
There it is again, the net.
We've got a couple of competing nets down there, Whitey. I saw 3 of them hanging out there. Did you?
I think the second net pulled that one in.
The Phillies will either play tomorrow or hopefully Tuesday night in Baltimore. They're already calling it the I-95 series. Should the Phillies and the Birds hook up? Birds earning their right to get there. Russell draws a 2-out walk. That's the 2nd walk issued by Carlton. The other was a pitch around of Dusty Baker. This was certainly no intentional thing here because he's got to face Guerrero, and Pedro's a guy who could tie this ball game. So that's a mistake that Carlton hopes he'll be able to get away with, but that definitely was something he didn't want to do. Batting practice pitcher Hank King and pitching coach Claude Osteen in the background there. You want to see Guerrero bat with the bases empty whenever possible. Ooh. That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Wire probably realized he may have called that one a little too soon. That had plenty of the plate.
Two balls and one strike. Paul Owens and Bobby Wine. Happy with a 3-1 lead, but not comfortable. Phillies have not been able to build on that lead. Meantime, the Dodgers got one back. Fouled away by Pedro, so now it's 2-2 in the count. The Phillies' well-rested bullpen will shortly come into play. Carlton needs, of course, to get through this inning for the victory, and probably would go further than this, but the Phillies have not used Willie Hernandez in a game in this series. And Holland is well rested at this point. The finisher. Reed certainly not overworked either. Anderson has not been in a game. Gross and Bystrom not in. So there are plenty of fresh arms to turn to should Carlton tire later on. 2-2. Just like going fishing.
They're biting tonight. It's the fourth one he's plucked.
You can count on that with Carlton's slider. The key man for the Dodgers, and he's got Russell at first base, so he could tie the game right here. Fouls it away, and Russell was moving. Steve Carlton set a record tonight, his 8th League Championship Series start, most for any pitcher. Lefty 3-2 in the LCS. Gonna see if Russell would leave again that time. Maybe he'd be able to surprise him. So a pair of walks, and Dusty Baker, who homered in his last at bat after drawing a walk the first time up, will bat here in a spot, and before he does, Diaz is going to go out to the mound, and the Phillies are going to get some action in the bullpen. Looks like Larry Anderson was up. Now let's see, looks like Willie Hernandez is getting up. Anderson and Hernandez will throw. They'll keep an extra careful eye on Carlton because of this 3-day rest situation and because of the importance of this game, of course. There's the Phillies bullpen, Anderson and Hernandez. Dusty Baker ripped one right on out of here last time. Carlton quickly got the first 2 outs as he struck out Royce and Sachs grounded out. A couple of bases on balls. And here's ball 1 to Baker. Phillies ahead 3-1, 5th inning. Foul. And the net didn't work that time. Hit a little too sharply, I guess. Carlton with a 1-1 count on Dusty Baker, who was flip-flop in the batting order tonight with Pedro Guerrero, probably to give Pedro a little better protection. Breaking ball, and Dusty went for it, did not connect.
Key pitches in this inning, in this ball game.
Two and two. Hasn't been an easy time of it for Carlton. He was able to retire the Dodgers in order only in the third inning tonight. Got the first two here. The Dodgers don't have a hit in the inning, but a couple of walks. Now a full count on Baker. This is bad because the base runners will be off with the pitch, and should Dusty drive one to the gap, they might both score. The on-deck hitter is Mike Marshall. First and second with two out. Breaking ball, grounded foul. That's the thing about an experienced pitcher like Carlton. He doesn't have to come with a fastball in a 3-2 count. He's got the confidence to use that slider. Trying to work out of a fifth inning jam.
If he was ever going to throw that fastball, I would think this would be a good shot. And he's throwing Baker almost all sliders. That's what it was.
It was a fastball, and it skied to right field, not deep. Lezcano moving on in. There's the catch. And the inning is over. No runs, no hits, two left. Middle of the fifth. Phillies ahead 3-1.
Only one car in the Philadelphia, South Jersey area is the official car of the Mummers Parade, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the 1984 Olympic Games. And now presenting the Buick Century Olympia, the commemorative car of the Olympic Games. Olympia is a quality car from Buick. Olympia, a car that will be produced only once, a car that will know no year. There's an Olympia waiting for you at your Philadelphia, South Jersey, and suburban Buick dealer.
When winter does its worst, be sure you've got the best. The Snapper single-stage snow thrower. It blows snow away like no other its size. Specially designed blades slash through even the stubbornest snow. The chute turns a full 220 competition away.
Now the Phillies' fifth inning, and the Phillies have not scored since the first on the three-run homer by Matthews. They have had 4 hits since that home run, but they have left 4 men on base. Still, the Dodgers are glum because there's no tomorrow for them unless they win tonight. Repositioning the defense, Pete Rose leads it off for the Phillies, and the first pitch to Pete is high, ball 1. Pete has lined out to center field and singled to center. Takes a strike, 1-1 to Rose. He'll be followed by Schmidt and Lezcano. All 3 players batting in this inning have had hits. Base hit by Rose. Pete starts it out. Second time in the game he has led off an inning with a hit. Hit number 45 in the league championship series for Pete.
He's having quite a series here. 3 hits yesterday, 2 in this ball game.
So Pete's at first to start it. And Mike Schmidt, who is 1 for 2 with a single, and he grounded into a fielder's choice. Schmidt batting .417 for the series. Mike's home run off Jerry Royce won the opening game at Dodger Stadium. Mike with 10 lifetime home runs off Royce, if you count that one. Of course, it isn't strictly kosher to go ahead and add the regular season stats to the league championship series stats. They are horses from a different fire department, if you will. Dodgers getting their bullpen up again. Joe Beckwith is throwing. There's Joe. He was the one Dodger pitcher that blanked the Phillies yesterday. Beckwith went 2 innings and gave up only a hit and no runs. The Phillies scored off everybody else. A solid shot deep left center field. In play off the fence. Pete Rose digging hard. He's going to score. Schmidt's got a stand-up double. Phillies lead it 4-1.
Boy, did Schmidt smoke that ball. I mean, he nailed it. Tommy Lasorda is headed out to the mound, and I'm sure that's going to be all for Jerry Royce. Schmidt has put the Phillies ahead 4-1, his second hit of the ball game. Took that one bounce right at the bottom of the fence. Came right straight up in the air. Now that's what allowed Rose to score. The ball bouncing right straight up. You can stand there and wait for it. That's all you can do. Phillies might make some changes here. They could go with the left-hand batter against the right-hander Joe Beckwith. Jerry Royce leaving the ball game. A pitching change for the Dodgers. Phillies leading 4-1. We'll be back in a moment.
Watch a full hour of MASH at 6:30 on TV 29.
Town comes up with a bright idea for making money. They take a challenge to give up smoking for 1 month to win $25 million. But a public relations man is out to sabotage their efforts in cold turkey. Followed by Roddy McDowell and Tuesday Weldon, Lord Love a Duck. And tonight at 11:30, listen to hot music on the Houghtonworth Show. And at midnight, join us for the Nightlife Theater and cruise down Van Nuys Boulevard. A right-hander who was effective against the Phillies yesterday, Joe Beckwith, will be in to pitch here. Still nobody out in the inning. Joe Beckwith. During the year, the Phillies did not see Beckwith. Hadn't seen him until yesterday. He was 3-4 with the Dodgers this year in 42 games with a 3.55 earned run average. He had 1 save.
Like Lascano's going to stay in the ball game. I do think that he's going to try to bunt, though, and move that runner up with nobody out.
Phillies scoring for the first time since the opening inning. And once again, for the second time, Schmidt was involved. He got a 2-out single to start that opening rally. And he gets a double here to drive in the run. Beckwith, 28 years of age, missed the 81 season because he had left eye surgery to clear a double vision problem. And he was just kind of worked back in the last couple of years. Throws a palm ball. The Phillies have never beaten Beckwith. He has 1-0 lifetime against the Phillies. Beckwith in relief of Jerry Royce. Second game in a row as we check Paul Owens that the Phillies have been in the Dodger bullpen fairly early. Nobody out in the 5th. Phillies have out hit the Dodgers 9-5 and lead it 4-1. Lascano around to bunt. He did not touch that ball. That was just dropped by Yeager, so that's ball 1. Two and nothing to Lascano. Phillies would love to get another run out of this, and they've got Schmidt at second with nobody out. What a series Schmidt's putting together, too. Going to be tough to top Matthews' effort, but Schmidt's right there. Here's the bunt. It's a good one.
In a hurry.
Just got him. Marshall to Sachs covering. Schmidt to third. Listen to the hand for Gary Matthews, who had 4 straight hits, including a 3-run homer tonight, until he grounded out in his last at bat.
And they're not going to take any chances with Matthews. They're going to walk him.
That's respect right there. Sarge will get the intentional walk. Something we didn't see much for the Sarge this year with the kind of season he had. This will be the first Philadelphia batter walked in the game. Phillies ahead 4-1, trying to nail down the pennant tonight. You know, the Phillies have never won a pennant in Philadelphia. In 1915, in 1950, and in 1980, they won all 3 pennants that this franchise has won out of town. Of course, they did win their World Championship here in 1980, but never the pennant.
That's what's great about this ball game. Gary Matthews, not that long ago, couldn't have bought his way into the lineup. He was sitting on the bench. He's having a great championship series here. He's sitting on top of the world. That's what it can do to you. They can sit you up on top of the world and then dump you right down.
Now here's Maddox. He has popped up and struck out tonight. Gary 3 for 9 in the series. The Dodger infield looks for 2. Time called.
Schmidt talking it over with third base coach Dave Bristol. Schmidt is the one that called time.
Now in the Dodger bullpen, right-hander Pat Zachary, left-hander Rick Honeycutt throwing. Maddox takes ball 1.
Here's a guy, Gary Maddox, who's sat on top of that world and has also been dumped on a few times. He's been both places.
The ball nearly eluded Yeager, but he kept it in front. No chance for Schmidt to advance there. Let's pause 5 seconds for station identification. This is the Phillies Television Network.
This is WTAF, TV 29 in Philadelphia.
Gary just swung at a ball that bounced up there. He's anxious to hit, I guess.
Dodgers call a pitch out, looking for the squeeze play, which is interesting because we don't think they do it, do we?
No, Maddox doesn't bunt very well, doesn't like to bunt. I don't think there's any chance he'll be bunting. None at all. Maybe the Dodgers thought they had picked off a sign.
Throw over to first, chasing Matthews back. Mike Schmidt at third base. Phillies would love to get him home with another run. They lead 4-1, scoring for the first time since the opening inning. Strike to Maddox, and Gary didn't think so. I guess you don't think so either.
Oh, it's terrible call. Terrible call. Not only low, but inside. Lee Wire's a good umpire, too. He ordinarily wouldn't miss a pitch like that. That wasn't even close to the strike zone.
Knocked down, and Beckwith didn't know where to go. Safe at the plate. Beckwith botched that play. I don't know why he didn't come home right away, but he didn't, and the Phillies lead it 5-1.
Exactly right. That was the only play he had. He didn't have the double play. Here it is. He made a good play, knocking it down. He looked towards second. Now he knows he should go home, but it's too late as Schmidt slid in under the throw. That'll be a run batted in and a fielder's choice. Beckwith could have made the out home plate. He could have made it at second. He could have made it at first. He didn't make it anywhere, and it hurt him.
So the Phillies have a 4-run lead for the first time. The batter will be Bo Diaz. Tommy Lasorda, not much to smile about tonight. Bo has singled and grounded to third. Still only 1 out on the inning. Phillies at first and second. Breaking ball is over for a strike. Tommy Lasorda has walked out of here happy on a couple of occasions. The Dodgers beat the Phillies in the LCS, both in '77 and again in '78. Bo takes high. Joe Beckwith in relief of Jerry Royce. All 5 runs have been charged to Royce. Low, 2-1. A look at the runners first and second. 1 out on the inning. That was the sacrifice. A little chop toward third, stays fair. Pedro Guerrero throw to first in time for the out. Runners advance. A kind of a swinging bunt kind of play. Diaz retired for the second out, but the runners move up for De Jesus.
Yeah, nice play by Guerrero. Only play had. Diaz did not get out of the box at all. That gave Guerrero a little extra time, and Bo out easily at first.
Now they're going to walk De Jesus, I guess, and pitch to Carlton. De Jesus to get 4 wide ones. They'll take their chances with lefty, who got a base hit the last time, but it's certainly good strategy. De Jesus also got a base hit the last time. So Beckwith has come into the game and has had to issue 2 intentional walks. Meantime, in the Dodger bullpen, right-hander double chicken. Pat Zachary and Rick Honeycutt continue to loosen. Phillies lead at 5-1, 5th inning. Bases are loaded. Tom Lasorda coming out. He may bring Honeycutt in to face Carlton, you think?
Looks like that's what he's going to do. Lasorda has had to go to his bullpen early in this game and yesterday's game. Something he, of course, didn't want to do. Anytime you go to that bullpen, you're usually in trouble. Pat Zachary, the right-hander. Rick Honeycutt, the left-hander.
He has just made the call, Whitey. He's going to go to the left-hander.
Well, Lasorda is trying to stay out of a disastrous inning. It's bad enough for him the way it is. He's trailing 5-1 in the ball game. Pitching change for the Dodgers. The Phillies lead at 5-1. We'll be back in a moment.
29 weeknights for a full evening of fun. At 5:30, join the wacky antics of Laverne and Shirley, followed by Happy Days again. And at 6:30, a full hour of MASH will keep you in stitches. Then at 7:30, catch Taxi. Monday, Jim cleans up his act and escorts a nervous Elaine to an elegant society party. And at 8, find out what happens when an ambitious company clerk lends his apartment to company executives who can help him. Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine star in The Apartment. The left-hander Rick Honeycutt, who beat the Phillies twice just after joining the Dodgers from Texas this year in a trade for Dave Smoke Stewart. But you can see that he was not quite so successful against the Phillies yesterday. Worked a third of an inning yesterday, gave up 2 hits and 2 runs. And he has not had much success since the Phillies were not his opponents. The only team he beat since joining the Dodgers were the Phillies. He will be in here with the bases loaded and 2 out, facing Steve Carlton, who got a base hit back the middle the last time up. The Phillies already lead the game 5-1. And we're looking at Penn's Landing. This city is a party waiting to happen tonight. Baltimore Orioles wrapped up the American League pennant today. Took them into the 10th inning to do it when ex-National Leaguer Tito Landrum hit the home run that did it.
He hit a tape measure shot against the wind in that game, and then the Orioles scored 2 more after that. But Landrum, the hero for Baltimore, of course, great Baltimore pitching in that series, really shut the White Sox down.
There's Beverly Carlton saying, "Come on, lefty, get a hit here." Beverly looks nervous, doesn't she?
Yeah, Beverly's not that relaxed.
Honeycutt acquired from Texas and then given a big multi-year contract. He was eligible to be a free agent. That's why the Rangers were willing to make a deal. Honeycutt won the American League ERA title this year. Lefty checked his swing in time. 1 ball, 1 strike. A double wish.
That's Beverly, I believe. Nope, that's somebody with
Beverly's friend.
Looked like Lynn Montgomery. I'm not sure. Dave Montgomery's wife.
And lefty strikes out. So Lasorda had the right idea in bringing in Honeycutt. The inning is over, but the Phillies have gotten a couple of runs here in the inning. They do so on 2 hits, and they leave the bases loaded. At the end of 5, Phillies lead the Dodgers 5-1. The Dodgers 1-2-3 just once tonight. He did that in the 3rd inning. Ron Reed throwing in the Phillies bullpen. And lefty falls behind Marshall, 3-1. Gets it over, full count to Marshall. Early in the year, Marshall was taking huge cuts at the ball. He's cut down his swing considerably. Boy, he's pretty strong, though. He hit that one off the handle of the bat, and look how far it carried. 1 down in the 6th inning.
Marshall has been scuffling in this series, but he is young and he is going to be around a long time and hurting people a long time. Very nice young man.
Now Yeager, who popped up and then was hit by a pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Yeager has caught 2 games in this series. Jack Fimple has caught the other 2. Pumps a second strike by Yeager. One and 2 the count. Carlton bidding to win a 2nd game in the series. Hudson, of course, was the winner yesterday. Solid shot to left center field. Can Maddox cut it off? He does, but Yeager will get to second base anyway because Maddox's momentum carried him all the way to the track. A stand-up double for Steve Yeager. That's hit number 6 for the Dodgers. And Kenny Landreau is at the plate. Landreau has grounded to second and struck out. Landreau was simply overmatched by Carlton in Game 1 Tuesday night. Carlton obviously had better stuff that night than he does tonight, working on 3 days rest. but he's not bad.
Yeah, he's pitched a pretty good ball game. He's been in situations where he could have been hurt a couple of times. He's been able to get a key out, and his ability to handle Landreau has hurt the Dodgers.
1-2 now to Landreau. They traded Mickey Hatcher to the Twins to get Landreau. That turned out to be a great deal for the Dodgers. Carlton gets him. Strikeout number 7 for lefty. 2 down now.
Here's that pitch. The slider came from sidearm here, and perfect pitch.
Darryl Thomas will be the batter, and should he get a hit and keep the inning alive, they'd use a pinch hitter for Honeycutt. Nobody is out in the Dodger on deck circle right now. Thomas 1 for 2 tonight and 3 for 7 in the series. He's had a good series. In the Dodger bullpen, right-hander Pat Zachary is throwing. Rolled right on the right side to Rose. He'll make the play unassisted, and the inning is over. Thomas hit it pretty hard, but right to Pete. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We're in the middle of the 6th inning. 5-1 Phillies. Tomorrow at noon, a small town takes a challenge to give up smoking for 1 month and win $25 million. But a sneaky public relations man sets out to sabotage their efforts in cold turkey. The Phillies lead this game by a 5-1 score. Joe Morgan to try to get some more started here in the 6th inning. Morgan's had a tough night. He has grounded out, lined out, and fouled out. And 2 of the 3 times he was batting with runners in scoring position. Now facing the left-hander Rick Honeycutt. Even when the Dodgers make a change, it seems like there's always a lefty in there. Breaking ball bounces 1-1 to Joe Morgan. Joe hitting .071 in the series. Joe remains so confident. You ever met anybody any more confident than he is?
He said all year this would happen.
Who's going to cover first? Honeycutt just in time.
It's a good play by Sachs and Honeycutt. Also a good play by Marshall, who could have fielded the ball but let it go, make an easier play for the second baseman Steve Sachs. See Marshall lay off this now. Played like a bullfighter. Perfect throw to Honeycutt.
Out number 1, and now Pete Rose, who has been retired just once tonight. Pete 2 out of 3, and they've both been leadoff singles. Pete takes it on the inside corner. 1-1 to Rose. Pete started the game tonight with a .381 career batting average in league championship play, and he's helped that 2 out of 3. Just missed. Here's a bouncing ball toward Russell. And the Dodgers shortstop throws him out. So Honeycutt has gotten 2 outs here in the 6th inning, and Mike Schmidt will bat. Try Frank's triple cola with no caffeine, regular or diet. A glum Tommy Lasorda watching his club trailing on the scoreboard by a 5-1 count at the moment. And Mike Schmidt's been instrumental in that. He got a 2-out single in the 1st to trigger a 3-run rally. And then he doubled in a run in the 5th inning and scored another run. So he's been involved in all 5 one way or another that the Phillies have gotten. Two balls and no strikes to Schmidt. Base hit for Schmidt. What a ball game for Mike. His 3rd hit of the game. The 2nd time tonight that he has gotten a 2-out hit.
He has a nice stroke going for him now, and he has had for quite some time, really.
So Mike's at first base. Sixto Lezcano will bat. The Phillies had a chance to get Lezcano out of the game, but they used him to sacrifice in the 5th against a right-handed pitcher, and now glad that Sixto is still in the game, because here he is up against the left-hander again. Good thing that they didn't switch to Joe LaFay. Takes high, ball 1. Sixto has singled, lined to left, and sacrificed. The Phillies have had hits in every inning. Phillies have out-hit the Dodgers 10-6 tonight. Long down the left field side, but foul. A souvenir. Honeycutt got the last out last inning when he struck out Carlton. Got the first 2 outs this inning, then gave up the single to Schmidt. The Phillies, who lost 11 out of 12 to the Dodgers during the regular season, are trying to close out this league championship series in 4 games. The Dodgers have never lost a league championship series. They beat the Pirates, the Phillies twice, and the Expos. 4 times they were winners. Breaking ball just missed. 2-2 to Lezcano. Sixto batted .282 after joining the Phillies from San Diego.
He's really had some good swings in this series. He doesn't have many hits to show for it.
Keep waiting for one of Sixto's liners to fall in there. He lined out once tonight. That's cute.
I was talking to Billy Cunningham this afternoon, Andy. He was remarking how many times in the last few years the Phillies and the Philadelphia teams and Los Angeles teams have hooked up with each other in baseball and basketball.
Well, that's true. These Dodger press people, the Los Angeles press people who come to town, know all of the Philadelphia restaurants by now. Oh, Lezcano! We were waiting, and there it is. Wait no more. Phillies lead at 7-1.
He had been getting has to be a real thrill for Sixto. Started the season with San Diego, of course. Tommy Lasorda didn't have much to cheer about before, even less now. We noticed Ron Reed coming out of the bullpen, Andy. He might come in the ball game. They want Sixto to come out for a bow. The fans are standing here. Here's the swing he took. He knew it was gone when he hit it. Touch all the bases.
You've just seen Sixto with another Getty Goner, and the Getty Oil Company will send $25 in gas coupons to a local charity. Sixto did duck his head out and salute the crowd. 2 home runs tonight by by Matthews and Lezcano. And they have accounted for 5 of the 7 Philly runs. One of them was driven in by Schmidt on a double, the other by Maddox on a fielder's choice. And so the Phillies, who won yesterday's game by a 7-2 final, lead this one 7-1. And the Phillies have posted some runs. Remember, in Los Angeles, they got only 1 run in each game out there. But they have come back to the friendly confines here, and they've posted some numbers. Matthews called out. Gary thought that pitch was outside. Phillies get 2 runs in the inning on 2 hits. Nobody left on base. We head for the 7th inning and 7-1 Phillies.
The second you walk through the door, you're a winner like never before. Where the boardwalk meets Park Place, Atlantic City's winning address. Bally's, Park Place, Casino Hotel. City's winning address.
The action shifts to high gear with Starsky and Hutch weeknights on TV 29.
You really got to be coming out of the sewer. Robbery, rape, and murder all in one bundle.
What do they want?
Want a call?
No, I'm warning you, cops. If you let Starsky go for killing Lonnie, you people are going to pay.
Oh, you are cute. I'm Ginger.
It's getting pretty hairy in there. Oh, if he knocks it down one more time, I want to come in.
Starsky and Hutch weeknights at 11:30 on TV 29.
United Way of Delaware. Thanks to you, it works for all of us.
Ron Reed, the new Phillies pitcher here in the 7th, and Harry Callis with us. Harry.
All right, thank you, Rich. Steve Carlton had thrown a lot of pitches, well over 100, and he's coming back with 3 days rest. So with a 7-1 lead, Paul Owens going to Ron Reed. And Rafael Landestoy will lead off for the Dodgers here in the 7th as a pinch hitter for Rick Honeycutt. Landestoy, the switch hitter. Big Ron appearing in his 2nd game in this LCS. Pitched 2 innings, gave up a run. 1 strike to Landestoy. Greg Gross also in the ball game, playing left field, replacing Gary Matthews. 0-2 to Landestoy. 7 runs, he 11 hits for the Phils, a run and 6 hits for the Dodgers. Game 4 of the LCS. He struck him out. Got him on 3 pitches. 1 down in the 7th inning. This crowd came here in anticipation. They have seen thus far what they came to see. Phillies lead 7-1. And the fans have certainly been a factor throughout this ball game. Here's Steve Sachs. He is 1 out of 3. Single fly to deep left and grounded out. Carlton going 6 innings. Gave up just a run on a home run by Dusty Baker. On 6 hits, he struck out 7. He walked 3. The winner going to Baltimore for the World Series to open on Tuesday. The Phillies are well in command here in Game 4, trying to make it a 995 series. Hit to the shortstop, De Jesus. He throws out sacks. 2 down here in the 7th, and that'll bring on Bill Russell, who's grounded out, struck out, and walked. Dodgers trailing 7-1. Dodgers have never lost the league championship series. They are on their way to losing this one. 1 strike to Bill Russell. Big Ron Reed has come in to throw nothing but strikes so far. Russell pops it up down the right field line. A long run for Lescano. It's a fair ball. What a play by Lescano! What a sensational play by Sixto Lescano! Oh my! That is a highlight film forever in Major League history. That's an unbelievable play. Watch it.
Now, and that he even caught the ball was a miracle. He caught it on the bounce. He came up firing. Look at this throw. Perfect throw. He's got a great arm. De Jesus making the tag. Unbelievable.
A single, and he throws him out at second. What a play by Lescano. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They leave none. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 7-1 Phillies.
There's a lot of noise about who's #1, but do you know who really sells the most small gas 4x4 trucks in the U.S.? And do you know who outsells all the competition combined? Will the real #1 please come forward? Toyota. That's a fact, not just a lot of noise. See your Toyota dealer, Willie, still selling 83 trucks at 82 prices. Then ask yourself, what will you do with all the money you save?
Bring out your best.
I wasn't drafted till the 7th round. They don't even know my name.
Bring out your best. Budweiser Light. Bring out your best. Budweiser Light. Bring out your best.
The best.
Croder, huh?
It has a taste all its own. Enjoy it.
Almost everybody needs money to fix up the house, to buy a new car, to send the kids to college. Sure would be nice if that money grew on trees. But even though it doesn't, you can still get money the easy way at First Pennsylvania. So, for fast answers, fast action, and good advice, come to First Pennsylvania, where the money you need can be as close as your nearest branch.
First Pennsylvania, you're motivated.
Our trivia question tonight brought to you by Garden State Motors, part of the 2,000 square mile Chrysler Plymouth dealership. Ray Viviani and Vince Lanza would like to know, in the 15-year history of the League Championship Series, only 1 National League player has homered in his first career League Championship at bat. Happened several times in the American League, only once in the National League. He did it in 1972. Can you name him? Gary Maddox leads off for the Phillies, bottom half of the 7th. He is popped up, struck out, hit into a fielder's choice, knocked in a run on that fielder's choice ground ball. This is Pat Zachary, the new pitcher for Los Angeles. Ball and a strike to Maddox. It's 7-1 Phillies. We are in the bottom half of the 7th. Two balls and a strike to Gary Maddox. Phillies dugout looking on. Bobby Wine. Phillies have had homers tonight from Gary Matthews, from Sixto Lescano. Boy, is this crowd in this one. They have been in it from like an hour before game time. 2-2 the count to Maddox. Line drive right at Bill Russell, the shortstop, and there is one down here in the 7th. Those ticket windows will be open for World Series tickets should the Phillies win right after the ball game tonight and throughout the evening. They're lined up for them with the Phillies up 7-1, bottom of the 7th. Dodgers have 2 more shots at it. One strike to Bo Diaz.
Zachary keeps falling down on his follow through. I don't know whether the dirt's loose there or he's just out of kilter, but keeps going down.
Hard ground ball off the glove of Guerrero down the left field line. It's a fair ball interfered with by a fan. It'll be a ground rule double for Bo Diaz. So Diaz at second base with his second hit of the night. With one out, it'll bring on Ivan De Jesus.
Guerrero not really guarding the line. He did get some leather on the ball, but just changed directions on the ball. And a fan interfered in the lower box seats.
De Jesus is fouled out down the right field line. He's singled and he's been intentionally walked. One strike to De Jesus. Tommy Lasorda. Pride and joy of Norristown. Seen his team win the second game, trailing this one 7-1. Ivan pops it up. Shallow right field. Sachs will make the play for out number 2, and that'll bring up Greg Gross. Gross batting for the first time. Came in at the same time as Ron Reed. Greg in the LCS hitless in 4 at-bats. In his first LCS with the Phillies against Houston in 1980, he was 3 for 4. Bouncing up there, 1 ball and no strikes to Gross. Phillies 7, Dodgers 1, bottom half of the 7th inning. The winner to play the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series. Ball and no strikes to Gross. Yeager again in the dirt to block that one. It's 2-0 to Gross. Got that one over, 2-1 to him. Phillies' big bats have been Rose 6 hits in this LCS. Schmidt with 7 hits. Sarge Matthews with some big ones. That's well hit, but Thomas lost it in the light, stuck with it, and made the grab. Nice play by Darryl Thomas. He obviously lost that ball in the lights. Those low liners can get caught in the lights, and he made a nice play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. And at the end of 7, it's 7-1 Phils.
Presenting Sunoco's Sundial service. It's for people who want performance. Dial economy. It may have all the octane your car needs. If it doesn't, dial regular. It's our biggest seller. Or if your car needs more octane, dial plus. And for Sunoco's highest octane, dial all the way to super. That's Sundial service. 4 different unleaded grades for people who want performance. Only at Sunoco.
What's on the horizon for TV? More than 100 broadcast and cable channels. That's why Zenith invented the Smart Set. The only set smart enough to give you 178 channel capability now. Smart enough to let you access more channels through Zenith's most advanced Space Command remote control. The Smart Set lets you tune in the future without leaving your chair. Advanced System 3, the Smart Set, exclusively Zenith.
Be a part of the excitement that's always part of the action of Phillies baseball. Now's the time to request 1984 Phillies season ticket information. There are numerous plans to fit any schedule and any budget. Just write Phillies season tickets, Post Office Box 7575, Philadelphia, PA 19101, or call 215-463-5000. Don't miss a chance for the best seat in town with Phillies season tickets for 1984.
8th inning baseball, our trivia question tonight brought to you by Exton Motors. Len Freed and his staff would like to know, in the 15-year history of the League Championship Series, only one National League player has homered in his first career LCS at bat. He did it in 1972. Can you name him? A hint, that was the Cincinnati Reds versus the Pittsburgh Pirates. 1 strike to Pedro Guerrero.
Well, that's not much of a hint. I'd only guess Willie Stargell.
No, he was with Cincinnati at the time. Ball on the 2 strikes to Guerrero.
Well, knowing your line of thinking, then I'll go with Joe Morgan.
You got it. The Sweet Pea, his first LCS at bat, hit a home run. Joe has not enjoyed Gray League Championship Series, but homered in his first one in '72. Still 2 strikes to Pedro Guerrero. Mr. T is up in the Phillies bullpen. Phillies leading it by a score of 7-1. We're in the 8th inning. 64,494 in attendance tonight. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Pedro Guerrero. Ron Reed in his 2nd inning in relief of Steve Carlton. Grounded up the middle. That'll be a base hit for Guerrero. Guerrero's 2nd hit of the ball game. He's a leadoff base runner, and that'll bring up Dusty Baker. Baker's walked, hit a home run, and flied out to right field. One strike to Dusty Baker. There's Joe Morgan. Hit a home run in his first LCS game. 1972. Ball and a strike to Baker. He pops a foul. It'll go out of play. And Reed is in front of him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's Charles Hudson, winner of Game 3 with a complete game win yesterday by a score of 7-2. Struck out 9, equaling his major league high for strikeouts in a game. Punched into right field, an inside out hit. Lezcano over to cut it off, kicks away from him. He stops it. Guerrero being waved around. Guerrero will score, stopping at second Baker, and it's now a 7-2 ball game. So Baker drives in his second run of the game. Both Dodger runs coming as a result of Baker hits. And that'll bring on Mike Marshall.
Baker really fought off a tough pitch. And the ball hit the seam out there on that AstroTurf. That's why it bounced away from Lezcano.
Here's Mike Marshall. He struck out, doubled, and flied out. 1 strike to Marshall.
Reed made a good pitch on Guerrero. Guerrero got the base hit through the middle. He made a good pitch on Baker, and Baker slung a hit in there.
And there's another one looped down the right field line, but this one's a foul ball. If that one would have fallen in,
Reed might have taken the pipe.
I'm telling you.
He was shaking his head. He also made a good pitch on Marshall. Jammed him.
2 strikes to Marshall with Baker at second base. Phillies lead it 7-2. It's a sharply foul down the third base side. There's that same net. That net has picked off about. They've had so many now that they're feeding other fans with souvenir baseballs. They picked up about a dozen baseballs.
Yeah, that's a lot. We've had a lot of them.
2 strikes to Marshall. He struck him out, blew him away with heat. Second strikeout for Reed, 1 down here in the 8th inning. That'll bring on Rick Monday to bat for Steve Yeager. Rick Monday, veteran ball player who is making his first appearance in this LCS. Hit a game-winning home run as we look at the champagne being spread out down in the Phillies clubhouse. We're in the 8th inning. Phillies lead it 7-2. There's Kenny Bush, Larry Christensen.
I hate to see that. I hate to see those bottles stuck out there yet. Von Hayes is coming in the ball game. Lezcano is leaving in right field. Paul Owens is going to go to Al Holland against Rick Monday.
Yeah, he's going to make a double change. He's going to send Lezcano to left field. Gross will be taken out of the ball game. And Mr. T, Al Holland, will come in relief. So Ron Reed will leave the game, and Tom Lasorda will counter with Jose Morales. Pitching change for the Phillies. We're in the 8th inning. Phillies lead 7-2. We'll be back after this brief pause.
Damn, I'll be glad when Radar gets back. I don't like the sound of that sizzle. Turn it off. You turn it off.
Monday at 6:30, a crisis hits the 407-7.
Okay, Joe. You're home.
Home? Radar returns from leave and finds a mess that only he can cure. But the problems on the home front leave the 407-7 stranded again.
Radar's Uncle Ed passed away. And you're going home.
The 407-7th is losing Radar. Monday, watch a full hour of MASH at 6:30 on TV 29.
Some Phillies changes here. Al Holland, the new pitcher. Von Hayes is coming the ball game. In right field, Lezcano has moved from right to left field. So Holland, who is well rested, has not pitched since the first ball game. He got a save in the Phillies' 1-0 win in Dodger Stadium in the League Championship Series opener. And it's been a great season for Holland. set a new Phillies record with 25 saves. Mr. T, Al Holland.
Mr. T coming in to try to nail this one down for Steve Carlton. He'll make sure that mound is just the way he wants it. Von Hayes now in right field. Sixto Lescano moving from right to left. 7-2 ball game. Baker at second base, 1 out. Holland won 8, saved 25 during the regular season. He was the Rolai's relief man of the year in the National League.
First Phillies pitcher to ever win that relief award. It's kind of surprising with some of the relief pitchers the Phillies have had. Tug McGraw, of course, has had some palmy years here. That relief award hasn't been around forever.
Al is one man who does not listen to scouting reports, as some of the hitters are known as dead fastball hitters, and as far as Mr. T is concerned, well, I'm a dead fastball pitcher.
Here it is. Let's go, you and me.
He does have a breaking ball.
You know, he has a pretty good breaking ball. He doesn't throw it very often, but the hitters go to home plate looking for just the fastball. So when he does throw the breaking pitch, it can be very effective. And here's a pretty good pinch hitter, Jose Morales.
Morales, one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. Been a bat once in this LCS without a hit. This season he hit .283. As a pinch hitter, 12 for 40. 3 of those 12 were home runs. Dusty Baker at second base, 1 out. Phillies lead 7-2. Fastball for a strike. He committed himself on the high heat, and it's 0-2 to Jose Morales. Fouled off the fastball, still 0-2 to him. Ooh, just missed inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jose Morales. Holland, a strikeout pitcher. During the regular season, he struck out more, had more Ks than innings pitched. He had 100 strikeouts in 92 innings pitched. One ball and 2 strikes to Jose Morales. Phillies 7, Dodgers 2. Morales stays alive, fouls it off into the upper deck. That's Ken Landreau waiting on deck. Got him with a breaking ball, showed him his first breaking ball, and he struck him out. That's 2 down in the 8th inning. That'll bring on Landreau, who's grounded out and twice struck out.
Yeah, you're right. He threw him a good breaking ball. The bottom dropped out of it. He takes quite a bit off that pitch. Morales fooled on it.
Fastball for a called strike. Mr. T working here in the 8th inning. Strike 2 called. It's 0-2 to Ken Landreau. Close to 65,000 fans still here. They have been boisterous in anticipation since an hour before game time. They have come to see National League pennant clinching, and they have themselves a 5-run lead here as Landreau fouls it off. 2 strikes to Ken Landreau.
Holland is really firing that fastball. I mean, it's getting to the strike zone in a hurry.
There's the Phillies dugout. John Denny, the last man you saw. The breaking ball tapped to the shortstop. De Jesus throws. Phillies are 3 outs away from the National League Championship. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. They leave 1. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 7-2 Phils.
Swim body, dance body, walk, jog, and run body, trim body, firm body too. Shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink. It's arms and legs and waist and thighs, but in between your exercise, don't forget the missing link. Milk is fitness you can drink. Shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink. Everybody shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink.
Who does most of the work on this beauty? Me. And the boys, the Pep Boys, Manny, Mo, and Jack. When I need a part, I know Pep Boys has it. New and rebuilt parts, tools, you name it, they've got it. At prices nothing short of amazing.
Replace your battery now at Pep Boys with a sealed, maintenance-free Delco Freedom 2 60-month battery. Only $49.88 this week only at Pep Boys.
The Pep Boys, Manny, Mo, and Jack.
The 3 best friends my car ever had.
Household Finance is backing Russ Polarski.
You get to such a point you don't want to quit until you find an answer. It's like a puzzle. There is a way to do it. And when I see that building going up, that's me. That's my life in that building.
If you're working for a better life like Russ Polarski, you're the person we want to back.
Joe Morgan leads off for the Phillies, bottom half of the 8th inning. He's 0 for 4 tonight, but Joe had the September that got the Phillies into this LCS, and his credentials in LCS play are irrelative at this point. He's the man that got him here, and he takes low for a ball, 1-0. He'll be followed by Pete Rose and Mike Schmidt. 7-2, Phil's bottom of the 8th. 2-0 to Morgan. Pat Zachary in his 2nd inning in relief of Rick Honeycutt. Change for a strike called. It's 2-1. Zachary throws fastball, slider, changeup. Tom Lasorda had only 1 opportunity to use his ace out of the bullpen. That was in game 2. Tom Niedenfuer. And also in game 1. But Niedenfuer, he has not had a chance to use here at Veterans Stadium. Time called. A streamer's been thrown out in left field. And let's pause for station identification. This is the Phillies Television Network.
This is WTAF, TV 29 in Philadelphia.
Dusty Baker taking care of that streamer along with Gail Clements, Phillies left field ball girl. Two balls and 1 strike to Joe Morgan. Low, 3-1 to him. Morgan hits it foul. It's a full count to Joe. Phillies got 3 in the first on Gary Matthews' 3-run homer. Got 2 more in the 5th. RBI double by Mike Schmidt. Fielder's choice grounder off the bat of Gary Maddox. 2 more in the 6th on Sixto Lezcano's 2-run homer. Morgan walks. He's a leadoff base runner here in the 8th. That'll bring up Pete Rose, who is 2 out of 4. Pete in this league championship series has 6 hits in 15 at-bats. Rose has always enjoyed excellent league championship series. Pops one up, shallow left field, drifting back is Russell, and he puts it away, and Rose is out 1 down. That'll bring on Mike Schmidt, who's also had a good LCS. He's 3 out of 4 tonight. In the league championship series, he's 7 for 14. Including a home run. Tonight he has singled, doubled, and singled. He's knocked in a run. He's scored 3. Morgan first base with 1 out. Slider for a strike to Schmidt. Paul Owens, the Pope, looking on. Phillies during the regular season played 17 over 500 under the Pope since he came down the dugout. The rest of the Phillies team. Schmidt fooled by a changeup. It's 0-2. 2 strikes to Mike Schmidt. It's the Dodger dugout. Very somber. They are down by 5 with 1 more shot. Schmidt goes down swinging. That's out number 2. That'll bring on Sixto Lezcano. Lezcano's had a fine ball game. He's singled, lined out, sacrificed, homered. He's knocked in 2. He's scored 2, and he made just an unbelievable defensive play in the 7th inning when he got Russell trying to stretch a single into a double. Short hopped the ball down the right field line while sliding, came up throwing, and gunned down Bill Russell on a miraculous play. He hits a base hit. Sixto Lezcano with his 3rd hit of this game. His 4th of the LCS. Morgan stopping at second base, and Von Hayes will bat for the first time. The Pep Boys, Manny, Mo, and Jack, the 3 best friends your car ever had. Von Hayes has been at bat once in this league championship series without a hit. Came in as a pinch hitter. And now Zachary wants a word with the new catcher, Jack Fimple. Yeager taken out for the pinch hitter. Von Hayes, while at Cleveland last year, had unbelievable success against Baltimore. Hayes hit .380 against Baltimore pitching. 18 RBIs. Talking about a good pitching staff. Baltimore Orioles. That was more RBIs by 6 than any other player in the American League. The next high against Baltimore was 12 RBIs in a season. One ball and no strikes to Von Hayes. Just missed with a changeup. It's 2-0 to him. Morgan at second, Lescano at first, 2 outs. Wide with it, it's 3-0. And we'll see if the Phillies give Hayes a hack 3-0. Gary Maddox due up next. 2 men on base and 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th, Phillies lead it 7-2. Took it for a called strike. It's 3-1. Hayes claiming catcher's interference. He didn't run as he was claiming it. Nice play by Zachary, and Hayes is out, although Hayes thought it was catcher's interference, but he is out. Zachary did a good job of covering. Here's Marshall flipping to Zachary. Zachary has it and nearly missed the bag, but he held on to it, and the Phillies are out in the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, leaving 2. We go to the 9th inning with the Phils leading the Dodgers 7-2. Well, the man the Phillies acquired from San Francisco, Mr. T, trying to close it out here in the 9th inning. Phillies lead 7-2. Allen 25 saves during the year. Allen coming over for the Giants along with Joe Morgan. In a deal that was criticized, the Phillies gave up a starting pitcher, Mike Krukow, but the Phillies would not be here without that man, number 19, or without little Joe at second base. Joe didn't have a great season, but he had his season when the Phillies needed it in September. Darryl Thomas will be the first one to face Mr. T. Then it'll be Candy Maldonado to bat for Zachary, then the top of the order. 9th inning, Phillies lead 7-2. 64,000 plus at Veterans Stadium. Foul, 1 strike to Thomas. Thomas is 1 out of 3. Allen came in the 8th inning for Ron Reed. Steve Carlton going the first 6. Lefty's game to win. Chase the high heat. It's 0-2 to Darryl Thomas. 2 strikes to Thomas. Al Holland doing some groundwork. He won't be jelly jiving around, as he says. He'll be going right at him. 0-2 to Thomas. Line drive. It's a hit to left field. Over to chase it down is Sixto Lescano. And Thomas rolls into second with a double. So Thomas momentarily silences the crowd. He's a runner at second base with nobody out, and Maldonado coming out to bat. Candy Maldonado. Batting for Pat Zachary. Maldonado during the regular year hit 194. As a pinch hitter, he was 2 out of 9. One of those was a home run. Nothing for one in this LCS. Time called. A ball is loose in the field. Chased down by third base umpire Terry Tata. Darryl Thomas, second base. Nobody out. Ball and no strikes to Maldonado. Dodgers have had 10 hits, only 2 runs to show for them. Dusty Baker has driven in both of those. Ball and a strike to Candy Maldonado. Tommy Lasorda. Dodgers have never lost an LCS. Lasorda led them to the World Championship in '81. And he's done a masterful job with this young ball club. Weren't many that thought Tom Lasorda would get his team into the LCS. Not many that thought the Phillies were going to reach there either. There's Paul Owens, who's done a great job. Michael DeMuzio, Stadium Operations Director, alongside of him. He struck him out. That's one of them here in the ninth. Second strikeout for Mr. T. That'll bring on Steve Sachs. Sachs is singled in 4 tries. Darryl Thomas at second base with 1 down, 9th inning. Phillies lead 7-2. Holland was out there for the division clinching game against the Cubs at Wrigley. And here's Holland in what the Phillies hope is the final game of this league championship series. Thomas at second base and 1 out. A little bit low, a ball and no strikes to Sachs. Phillies trying to make this an I-95 series. The Baltimore Orioles are in, and the American League. Phillies trying to tie up the National League championship. 1 ball and 1 strike to Steve Sachs. Mike Marshall, a disappointed young man. Mike showed his inexperience in league championship play. A key play in this game was after the Dodgers made it 3-1, first and second, nobody out, with Landreau trying to bunt, and Marshall was caught off second base. And a base running blunder that no one knows better than Marshall, and he'll be back. He's a good young ball player, and he's going to have a lot of productive years in the major leagues. Ball and a strike to Sachs. He fouled it back. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's the Phillies dugout in anticipation of the National League pennant. Charles Hudson looks like he's more nervous than Mr. T. Hudson, the big winner in Game 3, the pivotal game yesterday. Hudson, a complete game win. Pop foul. He stays alive at a ball and 2 strikes. Allen gets a different baseball. One and 2 to Steve Sachs. Bill Russell due up next. He popped him up. That should be out number 2. DeJesus and Schmidt. Schmitty a little taller. Puts it away. That's 2 down here in the 9th inning. The Phillies are 1 out away from winning the 1983 National League pennant. 1 more out, and it's the Phillies and the Baltimore Orioles in the 1983 World Series. The fans are on their feet as Al Holland faces Bill Russell. Russell is 1 out of 3. Close to 65,000 fans here at Veterans Stadium. There's Paul Owens, the Pope. Once a .407 hitter in the minor leagues at Olean. The Pope is ready to do the mummer's strut. Al Holland looking around. Walks off the mound. 2 outs. Time call because, again, streamers are out of the field, so Mr. T will loosen up with Pete Rose. 2 outs. Phillies lead 7-2. Game 4 of the league championship series. It looks like the Phils and the Baltimore Birds, the Orioles from Baltimore, the 1983 World Series. Holland facing Bill Russell. on the mound. Darryl Thomas at second base. We'll have the locker room festivities for you. Stay with us. One strike to Bill Russell. A disappointed Steve Sachs. Mitch Ashburn is downstairs. The pitch popped him up. It's foul. It's coming back, and it's going to be out of play. I believe it is. Just over the screen, the first row. 2 strikes to Russell. Allen 1 pitch away from tying it down, and it's only fitting. There was the anticipation. It's all right, Pope. You'll get it. You'll get it. With Mr. T out there. 0-2 to Bill Russell. Al Holland. They're going crazy here at Veterans Stadium. Struck him out. Phillies have won it, and now it's Schmidt's turn as Holland dives on Mike Schmidt. Paul Owens coming out. The Phillies have won the National League pennant. The final score is 7-2. As the Phillies are the 1983 National League champs, winning it 3 out of 4 over the Los Angeles Dodgers. There's the Pope. Boy, what a happy man he is. He saw the Phillies win the World Championship in '80 from upstairs as general manager. Now the Pope downstairs in uniform. Has his team in the World Series in '83 against the Baltimore Orioles. The Phillies clubhouse. Pete Rose, another outstanding LCS. There's the Sarge. He'll be the MVP of the League Championship Series. He had 3 home runs and a disconsolate Pedro Guerrero, and the rest of the Dodgers looking on as the Phillies have won the 1983 National League pennant, taking the Dodgers 3 out of 4. Phillies streaming into the clubhouse. We'll have that locker room celebration for you. John Denny, Tony Perez, Michael Jack coming in. Sixto Lascano. There go the champagne corks. One of the real pros, Tony Perez. And the other side of the coin, the losing Los Angeles Dodgers, the first time they have lost the League Championship Series. Charles Hudson, what a big winner in Game 3. The Pope is exhilarated. Larry Christensen, who gave it his all for as long as he could. And there he is, the Pope, Paul Owens. We'll be back with more from Veterans Stadium, including the celebration right after this.
The perfect burger. That's a very personal thing. Roy Rogers gives me a head start with this great burger. Perfect is just a step away at Roy's Free Fixins Bar. Only Roy's gives me all I need to turn their great burger into my perfect burger. Perfect for me is lettuce, 3 tomatoes, 2 pickles, a little mayo, but no mustard. As I said, the perfect burger is a very personal thing.
The numbers say it all. Gerard's Gamma money market account, on average, has paid higher interest rates than the money market accounts of any other major Philadelphia bank. Higher even than the money market funds. That's an impressive fact, especially since Gerard's money market account is as safely insured as a savings account. Furthermore, with a Gerard money market account, you'll have access to your money 7 days a week, night and day. Sign up for Gerard's money market account. There's no better way to make money with insured savings.
In 1979, the Pennsylvania Economy League warned the city that if taxes were raised, homeowners and businesses would leave the city. Taxes were raised by over $325 million, and 38,000 jobs left the city.
As mayor, I'll control taxes, and I'll go out and sell companies on locating here. We have to hustle for new jobs. That's how I got 1,000 new jobs at the stock exchange, and that's how I'll run the city.
John Egan as mayor means more jobs for Philadelphia.
Back at Veterans Stadium, Phillies 7, Dodgers 2. Phils are the National League champions. Will take on the Orioles in the World Series. Let's go down to the locker room celebration. Rich Ashburn. Whitey.
Hey, Harry, Bill Giles with me here, the president. Bill, I tell you, it's a great day for you. Great night for you. Did you ever think it would happen?
It's a fantastic. I've been in baseball 33 years. I've lived for this day. I am so wrecked up mentally over what's happened this year, but it is the most fantastic feeling I've ever had in my life. I'll tell you that.
Bill, you said early in the season you wanted to create a dynasty here, but you didn't think you were going to do it with so many old players, did you?
The team of the decade. We started anyway, but the guys played great. But the people that are forgotten are the minor league managers and coaches and scouts, and I want to thank them. But I thank the Wheeze kids for doing what they did.
And on to the World Series.
No question about it. We're going to win 4 in a row.
Bill, thank you very much. Sixto Loscano. Big home run, put it out of reach. You had good swings the whole series. Must be your greatest day in baseball, Sixto.
Well, to get in the World Series, that's what it's all about. That's where a ball player dreams. That's where ball players go through minor leagues and big leagues through the years, and this is where it is.
You started at San Diego this year. You never know about baseball, do you? I mean, here you are into the World Series.
Well, I went 3,500 miles from coast to coast, and here I am going to Baltimore, and I'm going to try to do the best I can with what I have.
You had a lot of good cuts in this championship series, and I think it was going to be just a matter of time before you hit one, and you finally got one. It was a breaking ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, being around these people, being around Gary Matthews swinging the bat the way he was being swinging it, and Mike Schmidt, there was no way I could have missed that time up.
And one of the greatest defensive plays I've ever seen. Sixto, that ball you caught, somebody's choking me to death. One of the greatest defensive plays I've ever seen. The ball you fell on, you came up with a clean fart at the second. Great play.
Well, I think I'm still a little bit mad about the other one that I missed, and they gave me an error, but that's what it's all about. You got to be aggressive, and playing with this man over here, you got to be aggressive all the time.
Thanks, Sixto. Pete Rose, you son of a gun. You've been sitting around for a lot of September, and of course, you've always had great series in these championship playoff games. How do you feel? Where do you put this one in all the ones you've been in?
Well, this is probably the most rewarding one because it was total team. Most of the ball clubs in Cincinnati and the ones in Philadelphia in 1980 was primarily a regular type ball club, 6 or 7 regulars, but so many guys chipped in this year, and I've been saying it ever since the playoffs started, and it's really true. I mean, there's so many guys contributed to the success of this ball club, just like tonight. Sarge starts us off with a 3-run blast, and he's really hot right now, and Sexto hit a 2-runner. Schmidt got 3 hits. Schmidt had a great series, and he's swinging the bat real well, and we'll be tough in the World Series, and Baltimore's a good ball club, and it'll be interesting because they got 2 lefties and 2 righties, and I'm looking forward to going back to Baltimore. I haven't been there since 1970, and we lost 5-game series to Brooks Robinson and company.
Pete, you analyze things pretty well. I mean, what happened to this ball club? Did anybody have a right to suspect that this club would play like this late in the season?
Well, I think what happened is when the Pope came down after Pat was fired, the first thing he says, everybody's going to know their role, and then all of a sudden, about a week later, he started platooning a lot of guys, and everyone knew their role, but it took about another 2 weeks before everyone accepted it. And once everyone accepted the fact that they were going to be platoon players, you know who they are.
Including Pete Rose.
Right, myself and Sarge and Maddox and LaFay and Gross and Hayes, and no, not Morgan, but Morgan out at Frisco, and once they all accepted that, and we all pulled for each other, and it was a contest like the right-hand lineup's going to outdo the left-hand lineup because the way things were being run, people thought they got hot, they'd be playing every day, and we just started pulling for each other, and everyone chipped in September. And Matuzzi did a great job playing first base, and Morgan had a hot September, probably player of the month in September, and that's a credit to his ability.
Pete, great series. Have a good World Series.
Well, that's fun now. The pressure's over now. The fun starts too, I guess.
Here's your buddy, Joe Morgan. Joe, go ahead, Harry.
Got Joe right here. You're the guy that got him into this league championship series. I know you would have liked to have won better personally, but
Hey, you're here. You're in the World Series.
Well, Harry, I've just told them I'm glad they didn't need me because I didn't do very much in this playoff. But I feel good, and I really look forward to playing the World Series. I think I learned something because I had not been playing against a lot of left-handers, and we faced 3 left-handers, I guess, out of the 4 games. And I did learn something, and I improved upon that tonight a little bit. I realized what I've been doing wrong, you know, because I hadn't faced them for a while. So I look forward to playing in the World Series and playing against some left-handers.
When did you feel like this one belonged to the Phillies?
I guess when Sarge hit that home run. I know lefty 3 is enough for lefty if that's all he's going to get. I know that for a fact. I mean, if we score 6 or 7, but when he got 3, I knew that we had it because lefty's not going to give up 3 in this situation. You know, a lot of times maybe during the year he might give up 3 to tie, but today I knew he wasn't going to give up 3.
How many World Series for Joe?
This is my 4th, and I've been a winner twice. The last 2 I've been winners, so I want to go out a winner. I think 3 in a row would be good.
Didn't you get an MVP in one of the World Series?
No, that's why. maybe that's what everything's working up to, because I didn't have a good playoff series. I'll have a good World Series. I remember in '76 against the Phillies, I didn't do very well. In fact, I went 0 for the whole series, and then I hit a home run my first time in the World Series, and I had a very good series. So I think hopefully that'll happen this time.
Joe, what do you mean go out a winner?
Well, you know what I mean. We'll talk about it later.
Are you packing it in?
Well, we'll talk about it later. Right now, I want to just think about playing for the next 7 days if it goes that long.
You still have a year on that contract, don't you?
Well, that doesn't mean anything. We'll have to see how things go, and hopefully, you know, I'm just thinking about the next 7 games, you know, if it takes that long or whatever happens.
Joe, congratulations. Heck of a year, and you're the guy that got him there with a great September.
Well, thank you, and I want you to thank Richie for during the year he came down. He talked to me a lot of times when things were tough, and I really appreciate that.
Joe,
you.
Good luck to you. We'll be back in the clubhouse right after these.
Thanks.
Early in the year, these guys were down here scouting the kids. Now they're back looking for help.
Bring out your best, Budweiser Light. Bring out your best, Budweiser Light.
The best has a taste all its own.
Hey, Bob, you got a minute?
Enjoy it.
Budweiser Light.
Hey, when you're on the road and your engine knocks, move up to a new super fuel from Texaco. Already available in many states. It can help knock out the knock in virtually all cars using unleaded gasoline. It's new Texaco Super Unleaded with even stronger octane rating to help give you knock-free power. If that's not what you're getting now, move up to new Texaco Super Unleaded. It'll give you superstar power for more car power.
Taxi's coming at you, weeknights at 7:30 on TV 29.
My God, I know her. She's dyed her hair, but that's her.
Before I met Zena, the longest relationship I ever had was 30 minutes.
Greg, nice going. Pete Rose just mentioned a real team effort, and certainly it has to be gratifying for you because you were a big part of it. Maybe the biggest part since you've been in Philadelphia.
Well, I think so, Richie, and it's a great feeling. I'm really happy for the way, you know, like Sarge came through, you know, in this series, and Gary Maddox, you know, after, you know, the people sort of got down on him a little bit and everything, and they really came out and did a super job, and it's really rewarding. It feels great to be a part of them and to have something to do with it.
It had to feel especially great to be a big part. In 1980, you certainly were. You had a key bunt single in the game-winning LCS game at Houston, but this one, I mean, you're playing an awful lot of ball games in September.
Well, yeah, the last 2 months I got an opportunity to play.
I'll see how.
So I was rudely interrupted. No, but it was very gratifying to have a part. Everybody during their career wants to be part of a pennant race and have something to do with it. And fortunately, I got with a good ball club and had that opportunity this year.
What do you think as you look ahead of the Baltimore Orioles?
I ain't gonna worry about them till Tuesday. We saw them. I watched all their games on TV, and I'll tell you what, everybody I saw go out on that mound looked very impressive. So. I don't think, you know, it's just like the Dodgers series. Looks like they have great pitching also, so it's going to be tough.
Greg, I thought that the first two, even at Dodger Stadium, although they were sold out both games, the fans were not a factor as compared to the games at Veterans Stadium. Did you get the same feeling?
Well, I don't know. They were sort of laid back out there. I'm not used to that out there. They're usually pretty loud, but I tell you what, it was some kind of atmosphere in this ballpark last night or yesterday and also tonight. I mean, when they started chanting, it got deafening, and I haven't heard anything like that since we've been in the Astrodome, and I thought it was great.
Greg, congratulations. Great year. Go get them in the World Series.
Okay, sounds good.
Greg's buddy, Joe McClain.
Yeah, right here, buddy.
Joe, beautiful season. Did you ever have any idea you'd be standing up here like this in October?
None whatsoever. I thought we had a pretty good team out there in the West, but I didn't think they'd get there, but this is just fantastic. What a dream.
You know, nobody suspected, I don't think, that this club would play this well late in the season. You were certainly a part of it. Maybe Pete Rose hit it on the head. He said it was a 25-man effort. He said when guys accepted their roles, he said that changed it around. And you were one of those role players.
Well, Baltimore's been doing it for years. Look at that ball club over there. You know, they got people that could be starting every day for others, and they're perfectly comfortable with winning and going to the playoffs every year. And I think when we accepted that, we started to turn the corner, and I just think it's just a fantastic effort by everybody. Nobody should be slighted or downgraded or anything for the effort that they gave this year. You know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And right now, we're one of two teams going to the World Series, and everybody contributed. It's just a great feeling.
Joe, you think this is a trend in baseball where you're going to get maybe 2 or 3 guys playing every game, and then you're going to have 4 or 5 coming off the bench?
I think so. You look at some of the great left-handers that are coming up now, you know, Rigetti, and then you got Guidry. I mean, you go into a series with Los Angeles, and you could conceivably face, you know, Valenzuela and Royce, and they can put you in a tough situation right off the bat. So I think there's going to be quite a trend to it, especially when you got a guy that can hit right-handed or left-handed pitching exceptionally well.
Joe, good luck in the World Series. Great season.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Whitey, let's get Mike Schmidt and Mr. T. Al Holland.
I felt pretty confident, if I can be serious, I felt pretty confident after Sixto's home run. But when you got this turkey down in the bullpen, that 1-run lead ought to make you feel pretty confident. I can't believe he gave up a hit, though, to Darryl in the last inning. Of course, he can't either, but he's only human.
Well,
you got to give up one hit once in a while.
I tried to just blow him away with a good fastball, and it was right there. You know, it's right there. I'm just glad it didn't hit it out, but it made me, it upset me a little bit.
Let me ask you this. Now, you were the last guy in the mound Wednesday against the Cubs for the division championship. Now for the National League championship. Instead of waiting for Joe Morgan, which you did with the Cubs, where he jumped on you, it was Mike this time.
He asked me this time, right before the last hitter. He said, "How about jumping in my arms this time?" I said, "You got it, brother."
You mean this was another one of your?
Well, last year, in 1980, you know, I jumped in Tug's arms.
Right.
And you know, this is something special, Harry. All of you people that have followed the Phillies all year, we can think back to many a night and many a hotel bar and many an airplane ride where we were sitting around trying to figure out what's going on, right? And apparently we did.
Let me ask you this now: as big and broad as shouldered a man as this is, well, you jumped on Tug, he jumped on you.
That's right. I felt like I could handle this 250-pound guy at that point in time.
Mike, you had a great LCS, something like, I think you hit around 500, probably your best. Would you say your best LCS?
Well, would I say? All you got to do is look at the statistics, and I'd have to say yes. I got to hit a lot of left-handed pitchers, Harry, and they're good left-handed pitchers, but I got kind of in a groove against the left-handers. I didn't do well against the right-handed pitch. I only had 3 at-bats against right-handed pitching, but I was happy to contribute, happy to get on base with Sarge, rise to the occasion like he did. I'm glad I was out there.
I'm glad you were, too, and Mr. T, we're glad you were there at the end, as you always have been this year. A sensational year capped by this, and you got one more jumping in somebody's arms. Maybe you ought to make it Yvonne this time.
I don't know, man. I guess whoever asked me first will try to do it. You know, but first let's win the first 4 games. Or let's win 4. But Harry feels great.
Al, when you get out there snorting and snuffling on the mound and pawing the ground, you look like a baby bull out there, but I get the feeling that there are times when you're out there that you don't think anybody can hit you.
You're right. I feel that way. Because if I went out there and had any doubts in my mind, man, I don't know, you know, some things might happen I might not really appreciate.
But I go out there with the attitude and the confidence that I can get anybody out in the league. And until they hit me and beat me, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I just don't see where I can change, because I'm not going to be a finesse pitcher in the near future. I hope not. But the fact, I'm blessed with a strong arm, and I just go out and just do it, man.
There were times when you were hit and beat, and yet you come back the next night and challenge him again.
I have to. I just have a philosophy that the quickest way to get something done is go straight at it. And I don't like to do a lot of curving and zigzagging and changing speeds. I just like to go right at it.
Just like Gary Lee Maddox.
Gary, nice going. Nice going. You had a good series. I know it hasn't always been happy for you this year, but this was worth it, wasn't it?
This is worthwhile right here. You know,
Way to go, Mr. T.
What we're talking about. Well, you know, everybody had to kind of make a couple sacrifices throughout the season. But, man, this is what it's all about, coming down and winning the championship like this. It's a great feeling. I'm glad to be here.
Everybody, not everybody, but I know you've heard about 2 balls you've dropped in these league championship series. But I don't care what they say. I think you're the greatest center fielder I ever saw.
Next to you now.
Well, no, you're better than I was.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. It's been a tough year, like I said, but everybody's really pitched in and made a couple sacrifices, and it came out on the strong side for us. So we're all happy about that, and everybody's excited about going on and trying to win a World Series.
You're one of the guys that wound up playing the roles that they're talking about. Right-hand hitters against left-hand pitchers. Left-handers, right-hand pitchers, you were sitting on the bench. A little bit hard to swallow, but here we are. You're going to the World Series again.
Right. That's what I meant by, by making the sacrifices. That's what they felt that they had to do to win. And, you want to try and be as professional as you can about the whole thing. And I think everybody showed that we are professionals, and that's the plus of having a veteran team, guys willing to make sacrifices to do whatever it takes to win.
Happy for you, Gary. Have a good series.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Sarge Matthews coming up.
Sarge!
The League Championship Series MVP, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs.
This guy is unbelievable.
How does it feel to be the MVP of this LCS?
I tell you, it feels really good. All season, most of the guys have picked me up, and to be able to pick them up in a series like this means really a lot to me. It really does.
You couldn't wait to get to the ballpark today, could you?
No, I really couldn't, to tell you the truth. I had a talk with Dusty, and he was saying today was more or less going to be his day, and I just said, well, let's go out there and let's see what happens.
You ever hit a ball better than you hit that one?
I hit a ball off a Lawler, believe it or not. I thought I might have hit maybe harder, but this ball right here, and I've been using the same bat the whole series. I got jammed by Royce, I know, in L.A. the first time. I was surprised that it didn't crack, and I knew it was a great bat, and I've been swinging it good, really.
The pitch looked like it was down, and you took a heck of a cut at it.
Gave me one of those cut balls down and in, and after...
All right. Those cut balls are maybe a little easier to get.
No, it was a cut fastball. I got around on the ball good there, and I was very conscious of it even before I went into the game. I looked at some film, and I felt that if I wasn't wiggling my bat, I would be able to hit the ball hard, and I did. And I turned around and I asked Yeager, was he okay? Because on the backswing, I hit his glove, and I came across home plate. I said, are you okay? He says, yeah, don't worry about it.
Your first championship in what, a 10-year, 11, 12-year career?
No, 11 years.
11 years.
This is my first one, and without a doubt, it means more to me now than probably anything that I've ever done besides, well, maybe I shouldn't say that, getting married.
Sarge, you also led the team in standing ovations from the fans. Again, you went out and gave your basic salute as a Sarge.
Well, everybody that usually goes out always tips their cap, and I had this plan, believe it or not, a while back, if I was ever able to do anything to have them call me out there, and heck, it happened twice, and I'm glad that it did, and I just hope it can happen a few more times before it's all over.
You feel feel the electricity as far as the fan reaction in the ball club tonight? They were really there in anticipation.
I tell you what, I really felt that a little bit, but even though I hit the home run, I just felt that maybe they were going to keep coming back. And after Dusty hit the home run, I knew that it was going to be maybe a closer ball game. And right before, in that, I think it was the 7th inning or the 8th inning, and I was telling Bo, I says, hey, you know, we've never seen Sixto hit a home run. And I was walking back, and then I turned around and says, hey, this is going to be the time. And he hit it, and just a little bit more of a cushion for us, and it makes it that much better.
Speaking of Sixto, did you see the play he made on Russell's
One
ball?
heck of a play, I'm telling you what. They're going to have a heck of a choice on these outfielders next year in spring training. I tell you, I just hope I'm going to be there and they're going to fight for a job, and if I have to, I know I'm going to be on top.
Well, now it's Baltimore. Congratulations on the LCS MVP. You certainly deserve it.
Thanks a lot, Harry. I appreciate it.
Go on, Sarge. Gary Matthews, our guest, as the Phillies won it by a score of 7-2. There's Mark McGraw, did a good job as a bat boy, and Dan Tugger. Tugger, of course, you led the Phillies in 1980 all the way to the World Championship. I know that you showed great unselfishness in taking yourself off the list as far as availability for this LCS. How are your feelings here? I know you're...
Harry, you know that none of that really has any play right now. We're all happy to be here, and it's just great to be on this ball club. And we can't think of a better place on the planet to be right now. And Marky's happy, our family's happy, and we're all happy being part of the Phillies. And we're just looking forward to going back to Baltimore. You know, it's great.
I know you were the guy in 1980. It was Mr. T. Al Holland in 83, and you were the first one to give him a big old hug. I know you appreciate what he did.
Al and Willie and Ron and Larry Anderson and the entire bullpen this year did a wonderful job, and we're all proud of every member of this ball club, and you know that as well as I do. And regardless of how things turned out for me at the end of the year, it's irrelevant at this point. We're just proud of the Wheeze kids, you know.
Well, we're proud to have you as members of these Wheeze kids. Mark, good job as a bat boy, pal. You got those balls out to the plate umpire right there every time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, keep up the good work.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Harry.
Tugger.
Thank you.
All right, here's Von Hayes.
Von Hayes, who chipped in a lot this summer, and probably more than you would like to have played a little more. But Von, I get a feeling that you think you might be up here again in the next few years.
Oh, I hope so. I'll tell you, this has been they've showed me just an outstanding organization from the start, and it's just a pleasure to be here. And I've had my tough times this year, but this makes it all worthwhile. And I'm just going to look forward to working hard this winter and winning the World Series for sure, because we're really playing good ball, and I've never been on this kind of team before. It's just great, and I just wish I was in there, but since I'm not, I'll do what I can coming off the bench, and it's just an outstanding situation.
Well, you did quite a bit coming off the bench. You also did quite a bit when you were in there playing. You did get to play some earlier in the season and some later, but Von, I think you're a good example of what 25 guys did to get this team into the World Series.
Yeah, it's. I remember when I was. I had some good streaks during the season. There were other guys struggling, so we pretty much picked each other up the whole way around. And now it's just everything's blending in and everybody's meshing. It's just a super time, and we're really looking forward to just going into the series with a good. We got the ball rolling, and it's just time to just mow people over.
You played against this Baltimore club quite a bit last season. It's a good ball club. Must be a great ball club.
Yeah, the one thing they do have is our veteran pitchers, and when they get in tough situations with men on base, they're not afraid to change speeds, still breaking balls, and still keep the hitters off balance. That's one of the biggest differences I found in this league. When you get ahead of a pitcher at the plate, you pretty much can look for a fastball. With these guys, they won't give in, but we have a little different team than the Cleveland Indians last year, so they might have to give in, and when they do, we're ready for them.
You know, while Whitey Vaughn hit last year against Baltimore 380 with like 18 RBIs. He wore Oriole pitching out. That's a pretty good staff.
Yeah, they were, you get comfortable against a certain team, and they were my team last year. But
you hit against all the left-handers, too?
Yeah, they played me against the lefties, the righties, everybody, and I had great luck there, and I love the atmosphere in Baltimore. I was rooting for the Orioles all along because I love the atmosphere, you know, in Memorial Stadium, and Comiskey Park is kind of like Wrigley. Anything could happen. You know, it could be an unfair advantage to the home team at Wrigley or at Comiskey, but I think it's going to be a fair series in Memorial. It's fair dimensions, and it's going to be a good atmosphere.
Good luck to you in the series.
All right, it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Okay, we're looking for Paul Owens. Is a Pope around here?
Come on, Charles Hudson, winner of Game 3. The pivotal game, really, in this league championship series, a complete game win. And last year at this time, you were in the Class A championship. Now you're in the World Series. Can you believe it?
Hey, Howard, I'm telling you, Harry, it's really hard to believe at this point in time, but I'm glad that Philly gave me the opportunity to be here and share this moment with these group of guys. And I'm telling you, I'm so pumped up. I'll be glad when the series starts because I'm really ready and excited for it.
Looks like you'll pitch the second game.
Yeah, I think so because we closed him out in 4 games, and John Denny, he's ready to go. And Lefty, as you know, he won tonight, so I think I'm ready for game 2 of the World Series.
How'd you feel yesterday in the third game of the league championship series? Of course, you won it. At what point did you feel comfortable in that game?
Well, I knew that if we came out of LA with a split, which we did, and game 3 was, you know, left up to me, and they put it into my hands, and I'm glad that they gave me the confidence to go out there and pitch the way I did. And all I really wanted was an opportunity to go out there and show them what I could do, because all season long, you're playing 162 ball games, and people wonder what you're doing to get here. And now that Philadelphia is here in the playoffs and in the World Series, they can really see what kind of ball club we have, because we've got guys that can go out there, and we've got guys that can go out there and go deep at any point of time. We've got guys that can pitch shutouts at any point in time. But as far as me being here and everything, hey, Harry, like I say, it's exciting for me. It probably really won't hit me until later, but now, like I say, we're here celebrating, and it's the best feeling in the world.
What did you hear from Ennis, Texas yesterday?
Well, Ennis, I haven't really heard anything, but from Dallas, you know, people have been calling me from all over. Houston, Dallas, you know, my family and friends, a couple of them came. Yeah, they'll have them. They'll have them. A couple of them came up to see me, and my mother and sister, they was a big inspiration to me, because it seemed like whenever they come around, I have a, you know, pretty good ball game. And like I say, without these guys here playing behind me, scoring runs and getting the clutch hits when we need them, I don't know where I'd be, but I'm glad to be here.
You're here now. Nice going. Kevin Gross. Kevin Gross.
Helped this ball club a lot.
No question about that. In fact, he had the only Phillies regular season win against this Los Angeles Dodger club over Fernando Valenzuela. And Kevin, how does it feel?
This is unbelievable. I never expected nothing like this year at all. And I mean, the feelings is unbelievable. I don't know, you know, what to do.
Well, you came up at age 22 from Portland. I guess you were surprised when you were called up. You won your first 2 ball games and pitched really well in so doing.
Yeah, that you know, I was really excited about coming up just to be here, and you know, I tried to do the best I could and not, you know, get too excited and choke, you know, out there on the mound. And I tried to relax as possible. And the first couple of games, you know, it seemed like I was going to go good, and then I kind of went off a little bit. Got a lot of no decisions, but I kept them in a lot of ball games, and so here we are.
You sure did. Congratulations, Kevin.
All right,
thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Here's a guy that got us to Mr. T-Land all year long with 9 wins and 8. Makes more good pitches, we've always said, with more players. In fact, there are almost 3 in a row in tonight's game. When that one went just foul, you looked like...
I know, I went, my gosh, not another one. I can't take another one. No.
But you got it to Mr. T-Land, which is what Al appreciates you more than anybody else, because that was Al's role at San Francisco, getting them to Greg Mitten.
I know, and he used to tell me, hey, I didn't like that roll out there, and I know you don't like the roll here, but the way it worked out, who cares? As long as it was a win for us, and I couldn't be happier. There's a lot of good people on this team and in this organization that really worked hard for this, and I'm so happy for them.
How about this compared to 1980?
The first one is hard to beat because, you know, you work hard for a long time and you finally get there, and it's really a great feeling. But I think because of the people that's involved with this club, the players, the front office, and the whole Philly family, I think it is more deserving, and I feel happier about this one than I do the 1981 because of the people that this represents.
Ron, the players, it seems to me like the players might be the only group that thought you were going to win this thing. I've heard a lot of other people say that you couldn't do it, but I've never heard the players say that.
No, I think the first half of the year we really struggled, and we just couldn't get it going, and all of a sudden we looked up there and we played terrible baseball the first half, and we were like 2 out or 3 out. And we knew if we could just get a little streak going, and the players really believed that the whole time. And once we got that streak going, we really started believing in ourselves. And you know, you can't win in this game unless you believe in yourself, number one. And the guys really started believing in themselves, and that turned it around, and it was almost a cakewalk at the end.
You've been around so long, I think you were in the first LCS, weren't you?
As a matter of fact, yes, I was. Oh, you wouldn't have to bring that up, wouldn't you? Back in 1969, the first year of the divisional play, I was in with the Braves against the New York Mets, and they blew our shorts off in 3 straight.
What do you think as you look ahead to Baltimore?
Well, they've got great pitching, and they've got a tremendous defense, and it's going to be a heck of a series. But right now, our guys, I think, have got that little momentum going, and like I say, they believe in themselves, and it's going to be a good series, and best team win. But I'll tell you, we're going to show up for the games. I know that.
I know that a lot of people were fairly confident, or at least surrounding the ball club, despite Los Angeles' 11 out of 12 during the regular season, that the Phillies were going to win this LCS. I felt very strongly about it, and I know the players did.
We got the positive vibes not only from you and Whitey during the last couple of weeks leading into the playoffs. We got positive vibes from all the people around the Philadelphia area. I think they really believed it too, and that really rubbed off on us. And we couldn't have played worse against anybody like we did against the Dodgers during the season. You know that. We played terrible, and we just knew that there's no way we could play any worse than that, and they didn't make any mistakes against us, so we really felt.
I'm proud of, really more than myself. I stayed with some guys that you don't even know about. No one knows how close you guys are to the club, and I had a lot of compliments the last few days because I stayed with certain guys, and I used them all.
Gary Matthews was one of them.
And he just thanked me again for staying with him, and because winners always come to top, and cream always comes up there, and I just knew what I had to do, and I did it. I know it wasn't easy, and it wasn't tough. A lot of people might have given up on us, but I told Bill, and he'll tell you, I told him a month ago, and I told him a month and a half ago, I said, I'm going to win this thing for you. And I'm proud for Bill, and I'm proud for the owners. I worked, I guess, 28 years for the Carpenter family, and I love them, and they know it. But this transition was great, and you got good ownership, you got good people. The transition was easy for all of us, particularly on the field level, and I'm just proud for them. But I'm more proud for the fans, too. They deserve it, because my goal is always to give them winning baseball, contending baseball, and I think I'm really more happy about that than I am anything else, because I love Philadelphia.
Paul, have a good series.
Congratulations, Pope.
Great
job. Great job.
We want to remind you, folks, that although we will not be bringing you the series, Harry and I and Andy Musser, you will be able to see it on Channel 29. Of course, it'll be the network pickup, but you can see it on Channel 29, and we will be involved in some post-game interviews.
Post-game, right? So we'll be a part of it anyhow, unlike 1980, and we'll look forward to that. Plus, we'll be on radio, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Tommy Lasorda, showing the class that he always exudes, has come over to congratulate Paul Owens, and Phillies are 1983 National League champions. How about that?
Love it.
And it'll be the Phillies and the Baltimore Orioles on TV 29 on Tuesday night. We'll talk to you then from the National League Championship Philadelphia Phillies locker room. Harry Callis and Rich Ashburn, good night.
mean do business on the phone.
Swim body, dance body, walk, jog, and run body, trim body, firm body too. Shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink. It's arms and legs and waist and thighs, but in between your exercise, don't forget the missing link. Milk is fitness you can drink. Shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink. Everybody shape up with milk, it's fitness you can drink.
Ray Burris, who pitched a complete game shutout against the Phillies as a starter earlier this year, is facing the Phillies overall for the 5th time. His second relief appearance against the Phillies. 3 times he was used as a starter. He is 1-2 against the Phillies this year. Burris, the veteran right-hander, 4-7 overall, 3.76 earned run average. Big 2-out hit by Joe LaFay, and now Matthews at the plate with LaFay at third base. Phillies ahead by a 5-1 score. Matthews officially 0 for 2, was safe on an error by shortstop Doug Flynn, and he tapped one back to the mound. Carter battling that ball, but he blocked it and kept it in front. He saved a run right there. A nice play by Carter, and the crowd starting to get on the Expos here a little bit. Carter took a jolt on his mask, I believe.
That was a good block, though. He got his body in front of it. That's right. Ball bounced up, hit him right under the chin. But he kept the ball in front of him.
Oh, and look at that. Look at Carter squinting there. That'll jar you a little bit right there. Two balls and no strikes on the Sarge. And he fouls one, and Carter took that one. Well, you're going to be a catcher, Gary. That'll happen.
Carter's starting to make some noises about not catching quite as much and playing another position.
The 2-1 pitch. A little bit low, ball 3. 3-1, the count to Matthews. A huge 2-out hit for Joe LaFay. LaFay has been on base all 3 times in this game tonight. Fouled. And a full count now to Matthews. There's LaFay. He has walked, singled, and tripled. He now has 35 runs batted in. Matthews out of there. Ray Burris gets a strikeout, and the inning is over, but it's a good one for the Phillies. They have scored 3 times on 2 hits. 1 man left on base. Middle of the 4th, and the Phillies lead this game 5-1.
If a restaurant charged you extra just because you paid with a credit card, you'd probably never go there again. But that's what some gas stations are trying to get away with. Look, they say their cash island costs less. That means their credit card island costs more. Getty doesn't go in for that kind of fancy footwork. Cash, Visa, or MasterCard, it's the same low price. You don't pay a penny more to charge. We give you more credit than that. At Getty, the proof is at the pump.
It usually happens late in the day. You're under.
Game batting at .297. Last year's batting champion obviously will not repeat this year, but he's had a decent season. He is the league leader in doubles with 38. Back the middle, and another hit. Oliver starts the 4th inning with a base hit, his second of the game, and number 6 off Denny.